Um, am I streaming? Am I streaming? Yes. Yes. Right. Hello, everyone. This is something a bit different for me, but I thought what we'd do tonight is that I would look over the PDC Dutch Darts Masters and give some commentary because I've really got into watching darts recently. And so I thought I would give you some commentary. Obviously, I can't show the broadcast for legal reasons, but we can still have a bit of fun here, and hopefully me getting a bit animated might be entertaining for you all. I don't know. Um, I'm gonna put a tweet out now, just to let people know that I'm here. I should probably get a link for this actually. But yeah, I'm just gonna try my best here, and hopefully we'll be all right. I'll keep the stream on my phone to watch the chat. Um, Hang on, let me. Is there a link to this that I can get? Hang on. Uh, Shit, I was really unprepared for this. Right, okay. Where we are? Live. Okay. View. All right. Oh, here we go. Get right. Get shareable link. Right. Here we are. And then I can put that in here. I'm just going to unmute the broadcast and have it on low volume so that I can still hear what I'm doing. But I will. We're on. Right. So, for those of you who didn't watch the Bahrain Darts Masters last week, that was a really good tournament, I thought. Everyone, well, let's go through the matches. So, Rob Cross had an early shock exit against Paolo Nebreda, which was a fantastic game, I thought. Rob Cross had an absolute stinker, though, and I have to say that 29 dart leg was embarrassing from him, and well, from both of them. And Rob Cross still lost it, which is unbelievable. But I mean, fair play to Paolo Nebreda. I thought he did a decent job. Going Price versus Lockie and Lee. Obviously, Going Price on top form is just unbelievable, and that was another example of that. Stephen Bunting versus Nitin Kumar. I really got behind Stephen Bunting since I got back into darts when I watched the Premier League last year. So I was really excited to see him play, and he put on an absolute masterclass. Although to be fair, Nitin Kumar did not do badly at all. And then Chris Dobie, just an electrifying 6-0 win against Basim Mahmood, which I can't actually remember a lot about, sadly. But then Luke Humphreys against Abdul Saeed. What a match! A 100, a 144, and a 151 out, leading to a 6-0 victory and a 40-point discrepancy in the averages. How unbelievable is that? I thought that was just incredible. Let me see here. What were the other games? But yeah, I actually was out making food at the time when that game was on live. But I went to like watch it back earlier, and like what a game that was. I mean, it only lasted about 15 minutes, but still. And then you had Luke Littler versus Lawrence Alagan, which was just Luke Littler being Luke Littler and being incredible. Just doing his thing, doing what he does. Um, just being great. And Lawrence Alagan, credit to him, got 3 legs under his belt, as did Alexis Toilo against Peter Wright. But, Luke Littler was very clearly the better player. That Peter Wright versus Alexis Toilo game, all the commentators were hyping the shit out of Alexis Toilo, being like, oh, he could be the other guy, he could be the other one like Paolo Nebreda that gets it done. And then I'm like, oh, this will be good then. And then he throws like 15 fucking ghost darts before he even like throws them at the fucking board. And I'm like, well, what am I supposed to do with that then? It was really boring to watch, but thankfully Peter Wright got the win. And then Nathan Aspinall versus Zhao Chenzong. I've heard that Nathan Aspinall had trouble with dartitis, so I'm always like looking forward to seeing him play, just to like, because the strength of perseverance when dealing with something like that must be incredible. So credit to him, he got the job done, 6-2, fairly unremarkable. I think there was a few big outs actually. I can't remember. I'm sorry, I'm really unprepared, but still a good display from Nathan. And then the quarterfinals, Luke Humphries versus Nathan Aspinall. What a game that was! So close, all the way down to the wire. It was a deciding set, and Nathan Aspinall unfortunately just had like missed one too many darts at double, and then that was it. Luke Humphries took the win. Then Stephen Bunting versus Chris Dobey, on fire. I think it was it 111 average on that game? I think it was, which was absolutely unbelievable. A great display from him. And then Luke Littler in a shock lost 6-2 to Gerwin Price, but Gerwin Price was just like on another gear that game. I don't quite know what was going on, but it clearly was good for him because he got absolutely demolished by Gerwin Price, who played an absolutely incredible game. So all credit to him there. And then Paulo Nobrega versus Peter Wright. I actually thought Paulo Nobrega had a decent chance here, but it's just that his double hitting and his like stubbornness only staying in one place really didn't help him, and so Wright obviously eventually took the win. Then Luke Humphries lost out to Stephen Bunting in a nail-biting semi-final 7-6. I was on the edge of my seat watching that. And then Gerwin Price just doing his thing and taking it away from Peter Wright. He was clearly the better player, better scoring, better finishing, and Peter Wright just couldn't keep up with it. I don't think Peter Wright is a very good player. Let me make that very clear. But you know, he just couldn't, because Gerwin was just on form that whole tournament. And then Stephen Bunting winning 8-4 against Gerwin Price. What a moment that was. I mean, I watched it back and I was just like, because Stephen Bunting has been on an upward trajectory these last couple of years, with he won the Masters, I think, early in January, like 2024, and then he got into the semi-finals of the Premier League, which was an unbelievable achievement. Like that game against Peter Wright, the quarter-final, what a fucking game that was. It was just unbelievable. And so, to see him win it against Gerwin Price, who, for that whole tournament, had been a machine. Let us not forget, Stephen Bunting got 111 average, and then Gerwin Price comes along in the very next game and gets 115 average. So I thought, like, when I saw this fixture, I was like, oh, he's done, he's finished, he's done for. But then Stephen Bunting came out with an 8-4 win, a dominant display to take home the Bahrain Masters trophy. And yeah, it was just phenomenal to watch. So that was the Bahrain Masters. Tonight, though, the fixtures are as follows. I'll give quick predictions. Rob Cross versus Richard Veenstra. Thing is, the first time I ever watched darts was in the World Championship, where Rob Cross won it for the first time against Phil Taylor in 2018. And so I just have this image of Rob Cross in my mind as this like unfuckwithable, like champion force, fucking epic darts player. But then again, that display against Paulo Nobrega was just like not it at all. It was not up to scratch. And I have to say, because I've been out of the loop in darts for so long, I'm not sure who Richard Veenstra is, but I do know that because of that performance against Paulo Nobrega, Rob Cross cannot coast. He needs to have a good game. I'm going to still go Rob Cross to win, but I will say that he definitely, I'm not, it's not a confident prediction. Nathan Aspinall versus Kevin Dutz. I favour Nathan Aspinall for that one. I think Kevin Dutz, I heard in the World Championship from a few people who were watching the game, that he was very, very, very good for a lot of the early stages of that tournament. And then he had a game against Chris Dobey, which was absolutely painful. They both had like 80 averages, and it went on for fucking it went on for so long. Felt like it went on for about a week. It was just like, I think there was like a 23 dart leg in there somewhere. It was just painful. So, I mean, Kevin Dutz, I've heard that he's a capable player, and those other games would say so. But I'm going to have to go Nathan Aspinall for this one, I think. Stephen Bunting versus Gian Van Veen. I'm going to try to remain impartial, but Stephen Bunting is the reigning champion. Again, I'm not quite sure who Gene Van Veen is, so you should never count anybody out. But Stephen Bunting, I think, will probably take that one. Chris Dobie versus Raymond van Barneveld. That's a sad one because Raymond van Barneveld used to be an absolute legend. They're actually showing highlights of him on the screen now. He like won the world champion against Phil Taylor, or was it the Premier League? I'm not sure. But in a sudden death leg, I think it was the world championship. And I think he's a 5-time world champion or something. But then he retired in I think about 2020, and then was like, oh, I'm going on like a victory lap retirement tour, and then got knocked out really, really early. And you'd think he would want to go to the like seniors tournament now with the other guys like John Parr and Phil Taylor and stuff. But fair play to him, he's hanging around with them. But he that was an embarrassment against Nick Kenny in the World Championships. He got knocked out by someone who he very clearly should have won against. They were missing darts at 2-2 and 1-1. I don't know how much worse it could have gotten. So I'm definitely favouring who was it again? Chris Dobie to win that match. Gerwyn Price versus Danny Noppert. Again, it's a similar thing as with Chris Dobie and Ruben van Barneveld. Danny Noppert I've heard very, very, very good things about. But Gerwyn Price, if he's on the same form he was on this last tournament last week, I'm going to have to go Gerwyn Price for that. Luke Humphries versus Jermaine Wattimena. Again, Jermaine Wattimena was really, really good in some of the matches that he played in the World Championship. But, it's Luke Humphries hitting like a 103 average in his game against Abdullah Saeed. You can't count that out. And those massive finishes, a 100, a 144, and a 151. I'm gonna have to go Luke Humphries for that. The performance level just. And then Michael van Gerwen versus Dirk van Duivenbode. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that. Van Gerwen, he might not have won the World Championships, but he got to the final for a fucking reason, right? Like, the guy is a machine. He's a generational talent. So, I think for that reason, I'm going to have to go with Michael van Gerwen. Although, like I say, although I might not know who Dirk van Duivenbode is, don't count anybody out, ever. I'm excited to see what he's got to offer still. And hopefully it won't be a whitewash, because to me, whitewashes are like the least interesting games to watch. You want a bit of back and forth, you want a bit of that. So hopefully it brings that. But I guess we'll see. And then the final game of the night is Luke Littler versus Dimitri Vandenberg. I like Dimitri Vandenberg a lot. I think he's quite a good player. I've seen some good matches from him. But Luke Littler, world champion, incredible talent. Again, like Van Gerwen, generational talent. He might not have had the best display against Gerwyn Price, but Gerwyn Price was on another level with that last tournament. But I do think that Luke Littler's just got more tricks up his sleeve than Dimitri Vandenberg. I hope it's close, but I'm going to say Luke Littler to win it. So those are my predictions. I predict that the winners will be Rob Cross, Nathan Aspinall, Stephen Bunting, Chris Dobie, Gerwyn Price, Luke Humphries, Michael van Gerwen and Luke Littler. So basically all the PDC stars, although that Gerwyn Price Danny Noppert game and actually the Nathan Aspinall versus Kevin Dukes game. If Kevin Dukes isn't shit, then we might be on for something. But for now, I'm not quite sure. But enough of my rant over here. It's now getting on to the first game. Rob Cross versus Richard Veenstra. And I'll just wait for the walk-ons to finish. I'll actually send a tweet out to let people know I'm live. And then I'll start giving my commentary. I've got a message from Check the Chat. I probably need to keep the live stream up on here so I can actually read the chat. That would be helpful. I seem to have a direct link to it. Oh, yes. Hello, Spud. How are you? Hope you're doing good, man. I need to actually put a tweet out to let people know that I'm live here, so I'll just do that. Rob Cross is currently making his ring walk. Again, I really hope Rob Cross doesn't have a stinker, because that would just be really disappointing. Because again, he was the first world champion I ever saw win a world championship. So, he'll always have a special place in my heart. But like that display against Paulo Nobrida, against nothing against Paulo, he was a good player and he put up absolutely the best displays out of any of the local players. But he had a bit of a stinker, I can't lie. It was like 83 average or something. It was pretty bad. But hopefully he can bring his A game here against Veenstra. But yeah, I'll just put these tweets out very quickly. The good thing is I don't have the annoying commentators in my ear because I can't really concentrate and have the sound going at the same time. So that's either a good thing or a bad thing for you. But yeah, as we see, PDC Best 2018 World Champion, and he was also the US Darts Masters Champion. Fair enough. Well done, Rob. Although I would be excited to see what Richard Veenstra has on his rap sheet here. Okay, so he was in the 2024 World. Oh, it's his World Series debut. Oh, so he's like a newbie. He's like a proper newbie, right? Okay, this will be interesting. I know that like some people, I think Abdullah Saeed, it was like his second tournament on like a second televised tournament or something. So that'll be. I mean, that was quite. I mean, that was a shit game. He had like a 62 average or something. It was fucking pathetic, but it wasn't as painful to watch as the Rob Cross Paulo Nobrida game because that felt like it went on forever. So. But we'll do what we can. The match is starting now. I'm just trying to send off these last couple of links, but it's a decent first shot from Rob Cross, a 96, which is a lot better than anything he started off throwing. Well, actually, I think he got a 180 to start off in the Breeder game, but I mean, it's obviously too early to tell because it's the first fucking shot of the match, but good indications all round, I think. The thing is, I don't really get why they do this whole local versus PDC thing, because the PDC people are meant to win. So yeah, they give a highlight to local players, but they're only on the TV for about 20 minutes. So, they don't really get much of a highlight. The thing with Paulo Nobrida is probably the best thing that you could hope for, I think, in terms of someone like, getting as far as they could. But yeah, as it looks here, Rob Cross is... It's not a great display, but he's down to a finish after 12, which is better than I was expecting. But a 180 from Richard Veenstra really turns it around here. This could be interesting. Finish won't go through. So Rob Cross has to try and clean up, which is not ideal for him. But leaves himself with a 16, which is a very, very good setup. Although 84, he's on for it. Double 12, can't find it, needs another dart, and gets it. Richard Veenstra gets a first leg against the darts, putting him as the favourite in this match so far. That was quite something. You can see on Rob's face that he's kind of, okay, yep, it started now, and he's, okay, I thought Richard Veenstra was going to start with a 180. It ends up being an 81, unfortunately. But if Rob Cross can fire back here with something of his own, and it looks like he's going to, hang on a minute. Oh no, it's a 1-2-1. It just strayed a bit to the right there, into the one bed. Okay, Richard Veenstra. Okay, that's a decent 100. He's looking like he's going to hold his darts pretty well, Richard Veenstra. Rob Cross, though, not playing badly. not playing badly. I say that, and he hits a 59, which, I mean, even the best players in the world are going to have throws like that. Oh, treble 5, treble 1 for Richard Veenstra, but a treble 20. That's a nice save on the last start there. I mean, obviously not the ideal outcome, but it's better than like a 27 or something. Oh, a stray 3 from Rob Cross, but again, a nice treble 19 to finish it off. This is a very, very close leg. There's only a point between them at the moment. Decent ton for Richard Veenstra. Can Rob come up with anything meaningful? Treble 17, treble 19, sorry, and another treble 19. Very nice. Leaves himself with a 107 out. Not impossible for someone of his calibre at all. So it'd be great to see if he could get this. Richard Veenstra tries for a clean setup, can't quite get it, leaves 78. But so this is a chance for Rob Cross to really make a mark here. Bullseye, go for it. He's hit a treble 19, needs the bull, won't go for it. He's going for double 16 instead. This was his bread and butter, and he misses. He misses at double 16, leaves himself double 8 though, but he might not get to the chance. Richard Veenstra on 78, can he get it? Gets the treble 18, needs the double 12 again, and can't find it. He wasn't even anywhere near. He was really good on that double 12 on the last out there. Rob Cross misses at double 8 again, but gets it, levels up the match at 1-1. Both have won legs against the darts. So the test for this is who will hold their throw. This is what makes short form games like this, because it's only the first to 6. So, it really makes a difference if someone can hold throw. They've both won against the throw, but can they maintain it on their own throw? I think will be. I think the first person to hold their throw will win this game. Not just in terms of like the turns and how they alternate, but I think that's going to be a real telltale sign. Rob Cross can't find a meaningful treble in that visit, or a treble at all, I should say. Richard Veenstra finds one, finds a ton. He's actually playing pretty well, Richard Veenstra, I have to say. Rob Cross finds a treble 20, leaving 208. Probably needs a good visit with at least 2 trebles to leave himself with a 2-dart finish, or a 2-dart, a single to a treble. Can he get it? Can't find one. Finds the treble 19 though. Can he find it again? And he does. That leaves him with a very nice 74. Not quite a single to a double, but it is very, very gettable. Richard Veenstra, unfortunately... Oh no, actually it was an 81. Excuse me. I miswatched that. But a 74. This should be easy for Rob Cross. Treble 19. Treble 18. Needs double 10. Can't find it. Needs double 5. This is dangerous because he could split it here. But he gets double 5 and holds his throw crucially. That was a really crucial leg for Rob Cross. I feel like he might take it the distance. And Richard Veenstra starting with a treble 1 and a 5 won't help him. A score of 28 there. Really not starting off the leg well. But Rob Cross finds a big treble, but then it drifts over into treble 5. So gets a 95, but not as good as he wanted, I would think. What is it with this side camera angle as well? They've started doing this on PDC events where they show the dartboard from the side. It looks like shit. I don't know why they do it. But still, it is what it is, I guess. Again, with the fucking side angle. I heard one of the commentators, I think it was Dan Diamond, be like, oh, that's the best way to watch the darts. I hope they were being sarcastic, because it looks like fucking dog shit, man. What? Stop doing it. Right. Finds 2 trebles. Or no, maybe just 1. Sorry, this is... I'm not a commentator at all. Stop with the fucking side angles. Right. Rob Cross can't find a treble. Gets 58 instead. This gives Richard Veenstra a very good chance. Ideally needs another treble, has two trebles. Can he get the 180? No, he can't, but he leaves 97. That's a very, very good opportunity for Richard Veenstra. And he will get a chance because Rob Cross isn't on a finish right now, but he could set himself up incredibly well, going for the 180, and he gets it! He gets it! The second 180 of the match, leaving double 14. Incredible, but he might not get the chance. Richard Veenstra with a treble 19 and double top. Absolutely clinical. Brilliant from Richard Veenstra. Because Rob Cross was really nipping at his coattails there. So that was a tense one. A very 14 dart leg from Richard Veenstra. The best leg that we've seen so far in this match by terms of darts thrown. So fair play to him. This is not going to be easy for Rob Cross. I didn't suspect it would be, but I'm glad it's living up to that expectation. Again, Rob Cross can't find a meaningful treble. That's 2 visits in a row now that he hasn't been able to find a meaningful treble, and Richard Veenstra is capitalising. Only finds 99 there, but it's every dart that he throws and is successful with obviously works against Rob Cross when he's throwing and can't find a meaningful treble in 3 consecutive visits now. This is a serious opportunity for Richard Veenstra. He can't find the treble 18 either. Can't find the treble 20. Nope, so he gets 58. That leaves him with 247. Rob Cross could come back here. Rob Cross could come back. And he does find a treble this time. Still only leaves him on 245 against Richard Veenstra's 247. But, it's something. But Richard Veenstra finds 2 huge trebles, leaving him with a 110 out. This would be incredible. If we can get a ton plus out from Richard Veenstra against the throw, what a story that would be. Can't find the first one. Can find the second one though. And he gets it! 110 out with the double 18. Incredible. Brilliant stuff. Brilliant stuff from Richard Veenstra. I'm trying not to be too over-animated here to start off because I have got a whole night of this ahead of me. So, I'll do my best. Richard Veenstra with a 140 to start off. He's looking like the dominant force in this match at the minute. Because Rob Cross not finding a big treble in 3 consecutive legs and not doing here to start off this leg either. The average is Rob Cross at 92.5, Richard Veenstra at 97.5, and yeah, there is a very clear discrepancy here. Although, trebleless visit for Richard Veenstra there. Can find the treble 18 this time, Rob Cross. Oh, accidentally slips into the treble 5 there for Richard Veenstra. Not good news. But again, I feel like Rob Cross needs to capitalise more here. Oh, and he's doing it. Oh, could he go for the 180? Oh, he doesn't quite get it. Slips just below the bed there. But still a good effort from Rob Cross. But it is against the darts. A 5 will help him, definitely. And also a treble 5, which means that Richard Veenstra had a very low scoring visit and Rob Cross is taking advantage. Oh, nearly got the 174 there, not quite. Still leaves 74. Very, very good. Again, they seem to only be able to throw against the darts, these two. I'm pretty sure the only one to hold his throw so far has been Richard Veenstra. I could be wrong though. Again, Rob Cross just having trouble finding these big trebles, but needs double 18. Can't find that either. So Richard Veenstra at 150. Can he do it? A 150 out would be incredible. Nope. Can't get it going. Can set himself up well though. And does. Wow. Leaves himself with double 8 as a setup. Brilliant. Oh, went for double 9, he went 10 for double 4, and he gets it. Well done, Rob. Probably could have been a bit more efficient with that, but still. And we're starting off the 7th leg with a 180 from Rob Cross. Brilliant, brilliant stuff. Could we see a 9? Who knows? But Richard Veenstra coming back with a 180 of his own, maybe, and he does. He matches it for the 4th match 180. Brilliant. Rob Cross is on for a 9. Oh, and the 6th dart goes just above there. What a brilliant shot that would have been. Is Richard Veenstra on for 1? No. Immediately misses the first dart there. Can't find a big treble either. So Rob Cross is very much ahead in this leg, and he has the darts as well. This could be a turning point. It would be if he didn't hit a treble 1, but finds the treble 20. Can't find another one though, so he's going to have to settle for 83. Richard Veenstra, if he gets a 180 or at least a big 2 treble visit, can make things interesting here, and he does. Leaves 1-2-1. If Rob Cross misses 98, Richard's got a real chance here. Treble 20 needs double 19. Doesn't go for it, so he needs double 14. And he gets it. Wow, a brilliant finish from Rob Cross there. Really putting Richard Veenstra on the back foot. Although, this has been a very, very close game. 60 from Richard Veenstra to start off the leg there. Only a 99 from... Oh, no, not even that. It was like a 70, 78 from Rob Cross. Oh, these stray darts are not helping Richard Veenstra. He's often drifting into the 1 and the 5, which would cause anyone trouble, but in this specific context are really not what he needs. Although Rob Cross can't find a big treble in that visit, and again, it's one of these legs where you feel like he's going to lose it against the throw, and Richard Veenstra has a very good chance to equalise. Again, drifts into the 5 though. Rob Cross could be on for a 180 here, and is the 5th of the match. Brilliant, but can't quite leave a finish, although he is ahead at this stage by a decent gulf. Richard Veenstra ideally needs another treble, can't find one, went for the bullseye and missed. Not a very wise decision given the scoreline. But Rob Cross at it again, drifts into the 1 unfortunately. And sets up decently well with the outer ring of the bullseye, leaves 100. Richard Veenstra ideally needs big treble here, finds one. Ideally needs another one, can't find that, leaves 92. Rob Cross could finish on 100 here. Treble 20, double 20. Finds the treble, needs tops. Can he do it? For the first ton plus out of the match, and he does! Rob Cross with a 100 finish. Brilliant, he goes 5-3 up against Richard Veenstra for the match leg. The thing about this is, the scoreline would not reflect how close of a game this is, and Rob Cross hits another 180, the 6th of the match, and I believe his 4th, although Richard Veenstra seems to be firing back with one of his own. No, it strays into the 5, and he's left with 85, unfortunately. But yeah, the 5-3 scoreline does not reflect how close this game has actually been in reality. Rob Cross has had to fight to win this game, and it has not been easy, because Richard Veenstra has shown some real class up there. So yeah, Rob Cross has had to be a much better version of himself against Paulo Nobrida. If this was the version of Rob Cross that was against Paulo Nobrida last week, he would have been absolutely demolished by now. I think it probably would have been 6-1 to Richard Veenstra if that version had showed up. Can't find a big treble in this visit though, but leaves a finish on 164. It's a big one. It's the 3rd biggest one in the entire game, but he could do it. Richard Veenstra also having trouble finding a big treble there. Scores 43, which is very unfortunate. Can he do it? finds the treble 18, can't find the treble 20, drifts into the 1, can't find the treble 20 for a setup either, leaves 89, a bit of an awkward one. I always think that finishes in that 70 to 90 range are a little bit awkward. Very nice bullseye from Richard Veenstra there, leaving 145, but it's a very difficult one. If Rob Cross can get 89, finds the treble 19, needs double 16, misses 1, has a chance at another. This could be a real opening for Richard Veenstra, and he misses. If Richard Veenstra can hit a 145, this would be incredible. Finds the first treble. Can't find the second, unfortunately, but sets himself up well with a 16, but Rob Cross on double 16 in his prime is lethal, and his finishing has not been bad in this match at all. Misses again. Misses for a second time. Is he going to hand the match over to Richard Veenstra? Yes, he is, at least for the time being. Richard Veenstra needs a double 8 to get 5-4 with the darts. Misses. Misses again. Needs double 8. And he goes just inside the pocket. I think this is Rob Cross's game to lose here. Well, it's his game to win and lose. He is going to win it, hopefully, in this throw. And he does. Double 16, to win the match 6-3 against Richard Veenstra. A really good display all round, I thought. Really, really good display from both guys. I didn't quite catch what their averages were, but it seemed like it was, 93 for both of them at least. Rob Cross finishing was definitely the weakness. They both missed a fair few darts at double, but it was a good display overall. And next up is Nathan Aspinall versus Kevin Dutz, as Rob Cross beats Richard Veenstra 6-3 in actually a deceptively close game. Oh, my internet went down briefly for some reason, but we're alright. We're alright, as I understand it. 3 people watching, that's more than I expected. If you have any thoughts on that last game that just played out, please let me know. Rob Cross beating Richard Veenstra 6-3 in, again, a deceptively close game. The scoreline does not do it justice at all. Rob Cross really had to pull some of his best out to win that game. I probably will have to go at some point to make some food, but I will try my best to kind of sneak off during the advert break and kind of come back once the ring walks are over. Hopefully. If I missed some of the first starts, I do apologise, but I do have to eat at some point. So that probably won't be till later. But so that will happen, but I'll warn you when it does. And then hopefully, like I say, I can make it in a quick enough fashion to where hopefully I don't miss anything, or if I do, I don't miss a lot. I'll do my best to catch you up if anything is missed, but we'll I'll do my best. Nathan Aspinall had some really good displays again the Bahrain Masters. He obviously had a decisive win against the local player, so I can't remember his name. I'm going to have to look at this again. Zhao Chenzong of China. Pretty dominant display there, and very easily could have won the Luke Humphreys game as well. That was nail-bitingly close. Nail-biting. But yeah, I'm hoping for good things from him. Again, if Kevin Dutz is on form, as I've heard he can be, then this is an interesting one. But you did have an absolute biblical stinker against Chris Dobey in the quarters, was it? Or the last 16 of the World Championships, I think. So it really just depends for me, the quality of this match all depends on Kevin Dukes. All of it. Again, feel free to type down in the chat. I am reading the chat or trying to read it. Spud's already been active in there earlier on, as you might be able to see. So if you have any thoughts on the game, if you're watching along, feel free to comment. I'll do my best to be as accurate as I can, but again, I'm not a commentator. This is just for a bit of fun. Hopefully we'll get the statistics of the last game up on the screen here in a second, so we can see if the averages were as close as I thought they were. And they were. A 95 for Rob Cross and a 92 for Richard Veenstra. 6 out of 15 and 3 out of 9 respectively on checkouts. Not awful, but I've definitely seen better from Rob especially. Richard Veenstra did hit a 110 out though, that is true. And so the next game, as I say, Nathan Aspinall versus Kevin Dukes. I favour Nathan Aspinall to win this game, but Kevin Dukes, again, if he's on form, could be very different. I'm really sad that they don't have John McDonald as the master of ceremonies here. I'm sure the guy doing it now is doing a fine job, but to me it's not darts if it's not John McDonald. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to meet the players. To me that is what darts is. I always make the jokes that you can't say gentlemen properly. It's always like, lady and gentlemen. What's Kevin Dukes' walkout song again, actually? I forget. Oh, yeah. Fairly boring. I don't mind the... someone had Rocking All Over the World. Was it Nick Kenny? Had Scooters Rocking All Over the World. That was pretty good. And obviously, Stephen Bunting's walkout song is the best one in darts. I know that Peter Wright has a pretty good one. But, I mean, Stephen Bunting's... There's just something about it that I just love every time. And so I definitely will be turning the audio on just for that. I'm hoping to see some of these emojis in the chat, if that's possible, for that one. I've heard, someone who I live with, I was watching the darts with him, and he said, I don't understand what the cheerleaders are for. Like, apparently they're basically there to just fill up stage space. And it does feel kind of old hat and weird, but I sort of liken darts a bit more to the WWE, in that obviously what they're able to do is very impressive, but it is about characters, right? Like, the best and most memorable players in darts, they are the characters. They have a brand, the Asp, the Green Machine, the Bullet, it's like all these... There is some kind of like WWE showmanship-ism going on. And so I guess that the cheerleaders kind of play into that. I don't know. Mr. Brightside, though, is a pretty good choice for a walk-on song, as much as that is the most overplayed song in the history of like British nightlife. Was it actually out for 20 years last year? Or is that next year? Or is it this year? I don't actually know. When did Mr. Brightside come out? I can't even remember. Just if anyone's kind of rejoining and doesn't quite know the action, Nathan Aspinall and Kevin Dukes about to start their match in a second. It's the first to 6 legs format for this first night. We just saw Richard Veenstra lose 6-3 to Rob Cross in a deceptively close game. But Rob Cross was on decent form, to be fair to him. A vast improvement from his match against Paolo Nebreda. Okay, so Kevin Dukes, yeah, okay, it was the last 16 where he had the match against Chris Dobie that was horrible. But he was a Dutch Masters quarter-finalist last year as well. So, if he's on form, this could be quite some game, as I keep saying. Nathan Aspinall, though, 2023 World Match Play Champion, 2019 US Darts Masters Champion, PDC ranking 11. That's quite a rap sheet to go up against if you're Kevin Dukes. Sorry, you'll see me glance over from time to time at my phone because I'm trying to read the chat. And the game is underway. Nathan Aspinall finds one big treble, the treble 19, in his first visit with a 96. Kevin Dukes can't find a big treble, and it's Nathan Aspinall's darts as well. So, if he can find at least one big treble in each visit, he's putting himself in a very good position. Finds two in that visit, in fact. But Kevin Dukes also finds two treble 20s, can't quite get the 180, gets 140 instead. Nathan Aspinall with a 180 or a 171 could set himself up well. Can't find a treble. So Kevin Dukes has an opportunity. Finds treble 18, can't find another, and unfortunately drifts into the 5 there, which gives Nathan Aspinall even more of an opening to lead early. Treble 5, unfortunate. Can't find the treble 19. Does find it there though. Leaves 1-2-2. Kevin Dukes could be on for a 180 here, and he gets it, leaving 45. Kevin Dukes has a real chance here, because any ton plus out is very difficult to get your head round for any darts player. So, just depends. Is Nathan Aspinall up for the task? Finds the treble 18. Finds another. Needs double 7. Can't quite find it. Double 7 is a very awkward one, in fairness. But Kevin Dukes has 45. Wants the double 16. Can't find it. Needs double 8. And he does find it. Kevin Dukes wins the first leg against the darts. This is pretty much an identical replay of the last match we just had with Richard Veenstra. Only finds one treble in that first visit, Kevin Dukes. But Nathan Aspinall finds 2. Could he find 3? And he does for a 177. Kevin Dukes can't find a treble in that visit, leaving the door wide open for Nathan Aspinall now. Nathan Aspinall, unfortunately drifts into the 5 there, but cleans it up quite well. Scores 125, leaves 199. Kevin Dukes finds the treble 19, ideally wants another, and gets another. Nathan Aspinall, though, can't find the first treble 19. Unfortunately slips into the 5, and again with the treble 5. Leaves 160 though, so it is possible. Kevin Dukes, certainly not the best setup in the world, but it leaves 108, again doable. Can Nathan Aspinall hit a 160 out? No, he can't, unfortunately. His first dart drifts into the 1. and then his second one drifts into the 7, and then can't find, oh no, can find the treble, excuse me, leaves 92. Oh my god, Kevin Dukes needs tops, can't quite find it, so leaves Nathan Aspinall with a pretty good opportunity here at 92. Can't find the treble 20, gets 5 instead. Can't find the treble 17 either. So he opts to leave 52. Kevin Dukes needs tops and gets tops to go 2-0 up. If he wins any more legs, Nathan Aspinall is going to have a hell of a task trying to win off the back of a 3-0 deficit. Kevin Dukes can't capitalise on that success, scoring a 59 as opposed to Nathan Aspinall's 100. Nathan Aspinall, unfortunately, his dart drifts into the treble 5 again, but saves it with a decent treble on his last dart, treble 20. Kevin Dukes, though, also finds treble 20 this time. Can he find another? No, he can't. You can see how the dartitis has affected Nathan Aspinall with the way that he's very hesitant before he throws, but scores a huge 171, leaving 135. That could be a game changer. Kevin Dukes needs a treble here, finds one, but ideally would have wanted 2 there, I think. He's on for the 135, finds the treble 20, can't quite find the treble 17, just drifts into the treble 3. Can't quite find the bullseye either, but finds the 25, leaving 41. Awkwardly, I know he was going for double 8 there, the double 8 setup, but Kevin Dukes doesn't leave a finish, still on 186 after 12 darts. Nathan Aspinall needs double 16. Can't find it with his first dart. Can he find it with his second? No, he can't. But he will get more chances. At least 3 more. Kevin Dukes needs a treble here. Can't find one, but does leave 126. Nathan Aspinall again going for double 16 for the 4th time. Can't find it. For the 5th time. Does find it with his 5th dart at double 16. But Kevin Dukes has the darts to potentially make this a 3-1 lead for himself. Nathan Aspinall needs a big treble here to apply some pressure. Can't find one. Both scored 60. Kevin Dukes scores a treble. Can Nathan Aspinall do the same? No, he can't. So Kevin Dukes with a real opportunity finds the treble 20, finds it again, and gets the first 180 of the match. Oh no, it's the second, excuse me. I must have missed one somewhere. But can Nathan Aspinall fire back with one of his own? No, he can't. It's a decently high score though. Kevin Dukes unfortunately drifting into the 5 again. And the treble 1, oof, needs the treble 20 to try and clean this up. Needs it. Finds the treble 19 instead, fair enough. Leaves 96. He will get another chance because Nathan Aspinall is still on 250 right now. Doesn't set up great because 2 of his darts drift into the double 5 area, leaving 170, the big fish, which would be incredible to see, but he might not get the chance. Kevin Dukes needed double 19, couldn't find it, unfortunately split it. So, can Nathan Aspinall reel in the big fish 170? No, he can't. Can't find the first treble to get it going. Can't find a second one either, or a third one, so doesn't set himself up great, but leaves 112. Kevin Dukes, double 8, and he finds it for a 3-1 lead. Nathan Aspinall really needs to dig deep and find something here. Can't find a treble in his first visit. Scores 57. I apologise if the internet drops at any point during the live stream, by the way. That's not really something I can control. Hopefully this shouldn't be too highfalutin. And Nathan Aspinall scores a 180, the third of the match, and his second, I believe. Or possibly his third. But Kevin Dukes comes back with one of his own. Firing shot for shot in this leg. Nathan Aspinall again, unfortunately, drifting into the double 5 twice. Gives what looks like a slight punch to the board. Or at least a sort of playful knock. Kevin Dukes is on for a 180, but it looks awkward with a slightly angled dart. It probably would have been smarter to go for the 177, but leaves 138 with the 140. Nathan Aspinall finds one treble, ideally needs another to set himself up properly well. Can't find it, does leave 124 though, but he might not get the chance. Kevin Dukes finds the treble 19, finds another, needs double 12 and finds it for a huge 137 out to go 4-1 up against the darts, with the darts to throw for a 6th leg. Great stuff. Brilliant stuff from Kevin Dukes. Checkouts, Kevin Dukes has been 57% on checkouts as opposed to Nathan Aspinall's 20%. And Kevin Dukes starts his leg off with a 140, could have been a 180 there. Nathan Aspinall, again, unfortunately diverting into double 1 twice, scoring 66. Averages, Nathan Aspinall at an 88.4 as opposed to Kevin Dukes averaging nearly 96, 95.5 at the moment. But Nathan Aspinall with another huge 180, exactly when he needed it. Can Kevin Dukes fire back with another one of his own? Nope. Again, slightly drifts into the 5. Nathan Aspinall does find... Oh, and he's left the big fish. Nathan Aspinall has left the big fish. Kevin Dukes needs a treble to be able to capitalise here. Finds one with the treble 19. Leaves 119. Nathan Aspinall can't get the big fish going. Treble 19, attempt drifting into the 7. Can't find the treble 19 either. Leaves 124. Kevin Dukes has already had a 137 in this match. Can he get a 119 as well? Can't find the first one. Has 100. Can't find the treble to get that going either. So leaves 60. Nathan Aspinall needs this 124 out now to potentially save this match. Can't. Gets the double 20. Bullseye. Can't quite find it. Sorry, that moves really fast. It was on for a 124. Missed the treble 20. Got the treble 18. Couldn't quite find the bullseye. Kevin Dukes now needs tops. An unfortunate bounce out, but then he gets it with his third dart. That bounce out, it was right on the treble 20 as well, so he would have got it regardless, but just unfortunate that that one happened to bounce out when it did. Nathan Aspinall again keeps drifting into the treble 1 area, but does clean up nicely with a 1-2-3. And so now, this is Kevin Dukes' match to win. Nathan Aspinall does have the darts, but he's going to have to win 5 legs on the spin to take this from Kevin Dukes, which I see as highly improbable. Again, with the shitty side angle, what are we doing here? But Nathan Aspinall does have the slight upper hand here still. Finds a ton. Kevin Dukes needs something big here. Could leave a finish. Can't quite do it with a 140. Nathan Aspinall could set himself up very, very well here. Ideally wants 2 big trebles. Finds one. Can't find the other, again drifting into the 5. Leaves 135 though. That is a finish. Kevin Dukes scores 140, leaving 64, but he might not get the chance. Nathan Aspinall for a 135 out, gets a bullseye. Brilliant stuff. Can't quite follow it up though. Was that another bullseye actually? Fair play to the guy. Gets the treble 18, Kevin Dukes for double 8, and he gets it. Kevin Dukes dominating Nathan Aspinall there in a 6-1 win. That was not a close 6-1 game. Kevin Dukes was very clearly the better player. Some big scoring from Nathan Aspinall. I believe 4 180s, possibly 5. But Kevin Dukes was more consistent and also was better on the finishing. I saw earlier the statistic was Nathan's 20% versus Kevin Dukes' 57%. And up next, Stephen Bunting is up next, playing against, I'm not as prepared for this as I would like to think. Stephen Bunting takes on Gian Van Veen in the next match of the evening. I am just going to go very quickly defrost my bread, and I'll be back here in a minute. But do not go anywhere, as I'll be here all night to cover the rest of the first night of the Dutch Darts Masters. Right, I'm back again. I had a slight kitchen fiasco. My bread broke. It's been in the freezer that long because I've just had it in reserve. That it sort of split to pieces, but I managed to retain most of it, so we're all right there. Up next, Stephen Bunting against Gian Van Veen. As we just saw, Kevin Dutz with a dominant display over Nathan Aspinall. 6-1 win for Kevin Dutz. Sends Nathan Aspinall home early. Not what I predicted at all, but I did say if Kevin Dutz was on form, this could be a very different game. Turns out I was right, just not in the way that I thought. I don't know how I can get any more people in. One person I think has just joined, Nathan Aspinall, both averaging over a ton. No, actually, sorry, that's the first 9 average. Nathan Aspinall averaging 91.1, Kevin Dutz 94.8. So both very well matched players. But obviously, checkouts 60% for Kevin Dutz. He was obviously going to be the winner for that. Next up, we have the reigning Masters champion, or at least the winner of the Masters from last week, Stephen Bunting, taking on Gene Van Veen. I'll just try post this somewhere else. Oh, Gene Van Veen, what a trim. What a trim. He's got the Year 7 schoolboy trim going on there. Wow, what a comb over. Right, Gene Van Veen. Is his haircut as impressive as his darts playing will be? Hopefully, but I guess we'll see. Stephen Bunting, an absolute force to be reckoned with. 111 average in his match against Chris Dobey. That's incredible. Again, that record was snatched from him in about 5 seconds by Gilman Price, who averaged 115 in his game against Luke Littler, I believe it was. But you have to play that well to stand a chance against Luke Littler, it has to be said. Although, I'm not one for obvious winners, to be honest. So, Michael Van Gerwen versus Luke Littler felt like the obvious final, but I felt like it would have been so much more interesting. Imagine if we got a Bunting Dobey final. Imagine how hype that would have been, because no one would have any preconceptions then. Luke Littler was the golden boy, and Michael Van Gerwen, the generational talent, smashes anyone who comes through him. But if it was a Bunting Dobey final, that would have been something entirely different. It might be a scooter track for Gene Van Veen, actually. Not a bad choice for a walkout song, but not as good as the walkout song of the one and only Stephen Bunting, coming out in a second. Hello to the people that have just joined. Feel free to type in the chat. We're just getting into the third game of the evening. Bahrain Masters champion Stephen Bunting put on a dominant display last week against Gerwyn Price, now facing local player Gene Van Veen in the Dutch Darts Masters 2025. Feel free to say hello in the chat, or if you have any questions, feel free. I should be here all night, apart from 5 minutes if I can sneak off later to make some food. But we'll see. Gene Van Veen just getting ready here. Gonna turn it up for Stephen Bunting's walkout song, which is David Guetta's Titanium, which is so unbelievably hype. If you've not seen it, look up YouTube videos of it. It's brilliant. Stephen Bunting He has a YouTube channel as well, which I'm subscribed to. He seems to do a lot of stuff on TikTok. I'm not on TikTok, but I've seen some of it, and it's pretty goofy and ridiculous. But I mean, it's good for his brand, I suppose. He's probably known more through that than for darts because, excuse me, I remember Dan Diamond being like, he's not just some goofy TikTok guy. He plays world-class darts as well, which is true. And Stephen Bunting with the classic far away call and response with the audience. Shoot me down, but I won't fall. I can't sing. I am titanium. This has to be the best walk on. It has to be. There's no question in my mind. Right, here we go. The match is about to get underway, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on to your hats. It's going to be a good one. I predict Stephen Bunting to win, but I don't know what Gene Van Veen can bring to the table. Apparently quarter-finalist in the Dutch Darts Masters last year. So, who knows? Stephen Bunting, the Bullet, ranked 5th in the world. 2024 Masters Champion, 2025 Bahrain Masters Champion, crowned as of last week in a brilliant 8-4 victory over the Welshman Gerwyn Price. Some very morally dubious costumes, but the less said about that, the better, I think. Gene Van Veen, okay, 2024 Dutch Darts Masters semi-finalist and 2024 World Youth Champion. Okay, he's 22, wow. Fair play to the guy. So he has got some credentials. Ranked 27th in the PDC. Not bad at all. So this is certainly not an opponent to sniff at. Just getting ready here. Bunting has the throw. Starts off with a ton. Gene Van Veen, though, could start with a 180 and does. An explosive start to the match for Gene Van Veen. But Stephen Bunting replies, maybe with a 180 of his own. Not quite, but does get a 140. Stephen Bunting now going for another 180, and he finds it this time, leaving an 81 out. Gene Van Veen, though, already, I think, is establishing himself as someone who you need to take seriously. Leaves a 164, it's a big out. Stephen Bunting finds the treble 19, wants double 12, finds it to go 1-0 up. This is classic Bunting already. Brilliant stuff. A 140 from Gene Van Veen, though. Starts his own throw, a very good way to start off. Stephen Bunting unfortunately straying into the one there. Cleans up decently with an 81, but could have definitely done a lot better. Namely with a 141. Or 121, I should say. But Gene Van Veen has a decisive lead in this leg now. Stephen Bunting again straying into the double five. Nyum. I don't know what the Nyum is in reference to, Spud. Yeah, could you enlighten me? I'd appreciate that. Stephen Bunting again straying into the double five. Finds a treble though. But Gene Van Veen has 140. Can he do it? Maybe. No, he can't. Needs a big treble to set himself up well. Finds one. Leaves 60. No, leaves 40. In fact, leaves tops. So Stephen Bunting is in trouble here. Strays into the one again and finds treble seven rather than treble 19. Gene Van Veen wants tops, just narrowly misses, but finds it that time. A very good leg from Gene Van Veen, 14 darts. Very, very good stuff. Making it 1-1 at this early stage of the game. Again, Stephen Bunting drifting into the 5. Can't find the treble 19, but finds a second one. Gene Van Veen finds the treble 20. Can't find another one. Scores a ton. These two are pretty evenly matched at this point. Oh, Stephen Bunting seems to have dropped one of his darts there. Was on track for a 180, instead scores a 140. Can Gene Van Veen actually do what Stephen Bunting couldn't do and score a 180? No, he can't. He also scores a 140. But is narrowly ahead at this point in the game. Stephen Bunting needs a big treble. He has the darts, but he's not taking advantage of it. Can't find it. This is a huge opening for Gene Van Veen. Oh, a bit of a wonky dart straying into the 5 there, and a bounce out. Although that bounce out probably did him some favours in a weird way. As he scores 80, leaving a bogey finish though. Stephen Bunting. Oh, or not, I suppose. What the fuck was the score counter doing then? But Stephen Bunting leaves 80. Gene Van Veen has 181 rather than 166, which it displayed earlier, which I don't quite know what happened there. Gene Van Veen leaves 81 though. Stephen Bunting needs this. Finds the treble. Needs double 10. Finds it! For a 2-1 lead, Stephen Bunting. They've both held throw so far. This is good. Gene Van Veen, 99 there, not too bad. Stephen Bunting's first leg, an 11 darter. Brilliant stuff. He won't find any more 11 darters if he keeps straying into the treble 5. Again and again and again. Gene Van Veen wanting to take advantage of it now. Hello to those of you that have just joined, the couple of you. We're just in the middle of Stephen Bunting versus Gene Van Veen at the moment. Stephen Bunting leads 2 legs to 1, but Gene Van Veen has the darts on this throw, so could very easily level the game up. Gene Van Veen finds the treble 19, going for the 171. Can he find the final treble? No, he can't quite. But still a very good visit, leaving 132. Stephen Bunting needs another big treble ideally. Finds 2 treble 19s though. Also leaving 132. Gene Van Veen going for the bullseye, misses it, but finds the treble 19 for a very good setup. I think he needed the bullseye there and he couldn't quite find it. So Stephen Bunting needs this 132 if he wants to break through and have a decisive lead in the match. He's capable of it. Can't quite find the bullseye. Neither the treble 19 or the treble 20. So he's given Gene Van Veen a serious opportunity. 9 for double 8. to level up the match, and he does it, Gene Van Veen. This is not going to be easy for Stephen Bunting. If he continues to hold throw all match, he will win. But I feel like something is going to change here in a second. Stephen Bunting with a 106 average. Gene Van Veen a 107, nearing 108 average. These two are playing very, very, very well. And you wouldn't expect anything less from the Bahrain Darts Masters champion. Nor the World Youth champion, incidentally. Gene Van Veen only finds one big treble in that visit, giving Stephen Bunting a slight edge. Can he capitalise on it? Needs another big treble. I'd advise going for treble 19, but he goes for treble 20 and gets it. Leaves 161. Gene Van Veen, though, went for the 162. Couldn't quite get that last treble in there. Stephen Bunting again straying into double five. It's been a recurring problem in this match. Goes for the bullseye, can't find that either. Leaves 101. He will get a chance at it, but I suspect not many. Although Gene Van Veen did have quite a poor visit there, leaving 139. Needs the treble 17. Can't find the treble 19. Or any other treble, for that matter. Leaves 52. And Gene Van Veen can't quite get the finish going. So Stephen Bunting has been afforded an opportunity that, to be honest, he shouldn't really have. This should have been Gene Van Veen's leg. Unfortunately, couldn't quite capitalise. Wants double 16 Stephen Bunting and finds it. Goes 3-2 up in the match. They are throwing leg for leg, these two. It's great stuff. A big visit from Gene Van Veen. 134. Stephen Bunting strays into the 5 yet again, but finds the treble 19. Stephen Bunting currently 3 for 4 on checkouts. Very good stuff. And again, the shitty side angle of the darts board brought to you by the PDC. Why? I don't understand it. Stephen Bunting, though, needs one more big treble. Can't find it, but scores a ton. Gene Van Veen finds the treble 19. Leaves the big fish. Stephen Bunting wants a good setup here. He's going for the 171, or is he? No, went for the bullseye, couldn't quite find it. But also leaves the big fish. Can either of them reel it in? Gene Van Veen can't quite set it up. He was on for it, but couldn't quite get to it. So can Stephen Bunting. 170 checkout. He's on for it. Steve! Bullseye! Oh, just misses. A very good effort from Steve there. Gene Van Veen scores a 20, wants 45. Probably go 5 for tops. No, it goes 13 for double 16. Fair enough. Can't find it though. Just on the outer wire. Stephen Bunting with a real opportunity now. 9 for double 8. Can't quite find it. Needs double 4. Finds that to break throw and go 4-2 up. That was a very important leg in this match. You can see the reaction from Stephen Bunting. He knew that changed the game. And the dynamic, all of a sudden, is very, very different for Gene Van Veen. These two are very, very well matched. Gene Van Veen unfortunately straying into the 1. Finds the treble 19 though. Stephen Bunting on for a 180 and gets it. Oh, yes he does, yes. For the 3rd of the match. Gene Van Veen only scoring a ton though there. He's not, he's going for another 180. Stephen Bunting can't quite find it. Scores a ton instead. Still not the worst thing in the world. Leaves an out at 124. Gives him a difficult setup if he misses the treble 20, the first one. But again, he has an escape route with this one. He's going to have to go for it. Treble 18 for the bullseye. Can't find the treble 18. Can't find it again. Leaves 68. Will get chances at it. 3 if not more. Gene Van Veen though finds 2 treble 19s. So Stephen Bunting only gets 3 guaranteed chances at a 68 out. Wants double 16 and finds it yet again. Stephen Bunting on doubles has been very, very good in this match. The only slip up was in the treble 16 to treble 8 to treble 4. Both averaging over 100 within 0.2 of each other. But Stephen Bunting's 5 out of 8, 63 checkout percentage is making all the difference here. Gene Van Veen with a very good visit there. 134. Stephen Bunting wants a treble desperately. Can't find it. So Gene Van Veen also gives himself a decisive lead in this leg. Straying into the 1, unfortunately. But leaves it out on 144. Oh, Stephen Bunting leaves the 164. Will get a chance at it because Gene Van Veen can't quite find the 144 but leaves 84 after 12 darts. Stephen Bunting is straying into double 5 there, so obviously can't get the 164 going. The clean up could have been better. Just misses the treble 19. Still leaves 70 though. He might not get a chance. Gene Van Veen, double 12. Strays into the double 9. Needs double 3. And finds it! Wow. That was very good stuff from Gene Van Veen there, because double 3 is an awkward one. And he made it look easy. You can see from the reaction on his face. He was proud of that one. So he should be. Stephen Bunting, 134 to start off another match leg with the darts. Gene Van Veen, though, not going out without a fight. Scores a 180. You can tell he's really fired up now. Stephen Bunting can't find a big treble to match what Gene Van Veen has done. So could give himself a real opportunity here. Finds the treble 19. Ideally would have wanted more to really change the dynamic of this game. Because if Gene Van Veen can make it 5-4, then we have a very interesting match on our hands. Because he would be 5-4 to throw with the darts to level up the game. And again, scores a 180, leaving double 15. No, he doesn't. I'm reading the wrong number. He leaves 45. Stephen Bunting will just have to set up well and hope and pray that Gene Van Veen misses this. Scores a ton leaves 110. He wants Gene Van Veen to miss this. Needs double 16. And he finds it. Gene Van Veen has made it 5-4 with the darts to level up the game. This is quite something. So Gene Van Veen now looking like a man on a mission to take out the Bahrain champion. Both have had their fair share of slip-ups in this match, it's fair to say, but still have managed to play very, very well indeed. Gene Van Veen, a 100, followed by a 140. Stephen Bunting ideally wants a max here. Can't quite get his hand round it. He might not even get a ton. He does. Levelling up the scores. Gene Van Veen unfortunately straining to 5. Gets the treble 20 though. And another, cleans up well. Leaves 136. Stephen Bunting though. If he scores a max, this could be very interesting. He's on for it. Can he do it? No, the last dart just goes outside, leaving him with 1-2-1. He might not get a chance if Gene Van Veen can get the 136. Can't quite get the combination started. But looks like he's cleaning up fairly well. Leaves tops. Stephen Bunting needs this 1-2-1 out if he's going to win this match. Finds the bullseye. Doesn't find the double treble 13. Also leaves tops. He's going to have to hope and pray that Gene Van Veen misses, which he doesn't. Gene Van Veen levels up the match. Stephen Bunting has the darts to throw. This is the deciding leg. What a match. Gene Van Veen has proved you do not mess with him. Stephen Bunting with a measly 45 in that visit. Or 55, sorry. It could be all over for the bullet now. Luckily for him though, Gene Van Veen only scoring 60. Stephen Bunting back on it with a potential max. Can't quite find it, but finds the 140 instead. Gene Van Veen also drifting into the 1. Finds the 1-2-1 though. Stephen Bunting ideally really wants a max or a 1-7-1. Can't find the second. Or the third. It's looking hairy for Stephen Bunting up there now. Gene Van Veen with a very good setup. Has 183. So not quite on a finish. If Stephen Bunting can get 1 or 2 big trebles in this visit, he will have at least 1 dart at double. As it turns out, he'll likely have 2. Gene Van Veen, though, is not messing around. Leaves 46. This is a crucial visit for Stephen Bunting. Wants double 16 and binds it to win against Gene Van Veen 6-5 in a nail-biting game. But the bullet just about pulls it out the bag with a magnificent double 16 finish to finish off the game. They were matched down to the average point. There was a point in this game where there was 0.2 between them in the match averages. What a thriller. That could have been 2 local players up. But Stephen Bunting just about manages to clinch it as he wins against Gian Van Veen 6-5. Wow. Chris Dobie up next against Raymond van Barneveld, a legend of the sport. What will happen there, I wonder? I hope I haven't blown my voice out already. But if any of you are just joining us, we've just seen Stephen Bunting narrowly clinch a victory 6-5 against an incredibly talented Gian Van Veen, who really put pressure on Stephen Bunting there. But at the last minute, Stephen Bunting with a brilliant double 16 out to end the match 6-5. There was a point where there was 0.2 between them in the match averages. What a nail biter that was. But Stephen Bunting goes through. It's currently 2-0 to the PDC players here. Oh no, 2-1, because Kevin Dukes went through. Could have very easily been 2-1 in the other direction though. And now we move into Raymond van Barneveld versus Hollywood Chris Dobie, which promises to be something quite special, I'm sure. Chris Dobie having a pretty good display in his first match against I'm really bad with names, I apologise. Let me look back here. So yeah, Chris Dobie won 6-0 against Basim Mahmood, only to receive the same treatment in his very next game from the Bullet Stephen Bunting. Just waiting for the next match to get underway here. Probably after this next match, I will briefly disappear again to just bring my bread in here, getting ready to prep some food, and then I'll probably nip out briefly again after that to actually cook it. But if I do miss anything, I apologise. The averages on that game, wow, 102 average for Stephen Bunting, 105 for Gian Van Veen, 5 out of 9 and 6 out of 9 on the checkouts respectively, both at the best of an 11 dart leg. These stats could not be closer. Wow. Sorry, the lighting is really weird there. I'm going to have to move it forward slightly. That's a bit better. So yes, next up we have Chris Dobie versus the legend Raymond van Barneveld. Although Raymond recently, unfortunately, not been on his best form, so I predict a reasonably straightforward Dobie win. Although, with someone as legendary as Van Barneveld, you quite literally never know. Again, if anyone dropping in wants to drop any messages in the chat, I will do my best to respond to them. I've got my phone next to me here, so if any messages come through, I'll be able to see them. What is Raymond van Barneveld's walkout song again? Oh, Eye of the Tiger. It's obvious, but it's a good choice. I did say earlier that I wondered why Raymond hasn't gone into the seniors division with the likes of Phil Taylor and John Part, and I do still kind of ask that question, but fair play to him that he's choosing to stick around with the talent that he is. Because Chris Dobie, despite that emphatic defeat against Stephen Bunting, is absolutely a quality player when he wants to be. Again, part of that car crash against Krevin Dutes at the World Championship, but did win it and then went on to win his quarter final as well. So, certainly can never, ever, ever count Chris Dobie out. Nor can you Van Barneveld, in fact. Chris Dobie just making his walk on now. I believe his walk on song is Let's Get Ready to Rumble by Anton Deck, which might be the least gangster walk on song physically conceivable, but it's good fun, you know. So, fair play. Both players just making their entrances now. You could see real sportsmanship between Bunting and Van Veen in that last match, and it looks to be very much the same here. The two give a quick hug before getting on to the meat of the game. Chris Dobie versus Raymond van Barneveld. What a game this is going to be. Looking at Dobie's stats briefly. World Series best, he was a quarter finalist, and he was the 2023 PDC Masters champion, ranked 10th in the PDC. So certainly nothing to sniff at all. But in terms of rap sheets, you can't find very many people, maybe a handful, with a rap sheet better than Van Barneveld. 2007 World Champion, 5-time World Series event finalist. Ranked 34 in the PDC at the moment, but still has it within him to pull off a brilliant display. Although, like I say, his defeat to Nick Kenny in the World Championships was nothing short of embarrassing, it has to be said. But hopefully we won't have a repeat of that here. And immediately, Van Barneveld can't find a treble in his opening visit as Chris Dobie scores a ton. Only the first throw but still. Chris Dobie unfortunately straying into the treble 3 there, giving Van Barneveld an opening that he is seeming to take advantage of, scoring a ton there. Gives him a slight lead, but not enough of one. Chris Dobie having real trouble going for the treble 20, can't find the treble 18 either. Barney now found the ton, can't find anything else other than that though. Chris Dobie again can't find a treble. Well, Raymond van Barneveld is, and is in fact on for a 180 and gets one, leaving 61. This is the Barney that we all know and love. This is the Barney that we wanted to see, and that is the Chris Dobie we wanted to see, firing back with a 180 of his own. Barney going for the bullseye there, can't quite find it. Needs double 16, can't find that either. Very close though. Chris Dobie now has a real opportunity. Wants tops. Can't find it with his first, but finds it with his second, taking him 1-0 up. Could have very well been 1-0 to Van Barneveld though, as he finds a ton. Oh, unfortunately straying into the 1 there, Raymond. But finds a treble. Scores 81. Chris Dobie having real trouble finding trebles in this match, it seems like, early on. Van Barneveld, however, having no trouble whatsoever. He was on for a 180. Unfortunately, ends up with a 1-2-3. However, what is that far away angle? I can't see anything, but Chris Dobie scores a 180. It would have been good if I could actually fucking see it, PDC, thank you. But Barney fires back with a 177, leaving double 10. Fantastic stuff. Could Chris Dobie maybe go for another 180? Nope, he's not going for it. Finds the 140 though. This is interesting. Van Barneveld, double 10. Can't find it with his first. Or his second. Needs double 5. Can't find that either. So Chris Dobie again with another huge opportunity against the throw to go 2-0 up. Wants double 18. Can't find it with his first. Can he with his second? No, he can't. Van Barneveld needs double 5 and finds it, making it 1-1 at this stage. Both players have held throw so far. Van Barneveld is definitely scoring better than Chris Dobie, it seems like, at this stage. Although Chris Dobie hits a brilliant 180 there, absolutely silencing the critics such as myself. Barney, though, only finds a ton. Chris Dobie strays into the treble 5. Can't find the treble 20, nor the bullseye. Leaves 161. Doable, but not realistic. Barney finds a ton again, also leaving 161. So the likelihood is Chris Dobie will get at least one more chance. Strays into the 1. Finds the treble though. Leaves 80. Van Barneveld could do something massive here, but he can't quite get the combination going. Cleans up very, very nicely though, leaving double 12. Chris Dobie needs 80. It's still on. Needs tops though now. And finds it. A very good visit from Chris Dobie there. Could have gone smoother, could have done it in 2, but it doesn't matter. He gets the job done. Chris Dobie with a real lacklustre visit there, only 45 to Barney's 99. Barney himself there though, only scoring 60. Or 59. Was it? I swear it was 60, I'm not seeing things. Chris Dobie again having real trouble with his scoring here. Van Barneveld though finds one big treble. Unfortunately, the second drifts into the double 5. Can't find the third. Treble 5, excuse me. Chris Dobie now with a real opportunity. Can't take it. Hasn't found a single treble, I believe, in this leg yet. Or at least if he has, not a very high one. Van Barneveld with a very lacklustre visit there. 32. So Chris Dobie has a real opportunity. Score of 180. He's left with a finish. It's a very high one with a 157. But it's doable. Barney can't find a treble in that visit, leaving a bogey number. So Chris Dobie will get 2 goes at this. Oh no, it's not a bogey number, excuse me. Van Barneveld can do this. He needs treble 20. Can't find it. Can't find the second one. Can't find the treble 18 either. Leaves 100. Chris Dobie wants tops now. To go 3-1 up against the darts. Breaks the throw. Scoring a lot, I would think, fairly worse than Van Barneveld, but a lot better on the finishes. 50% as opposed to Barney's 20. It's a real test, this match. Van Barneveld, though, with a 180, brilliant stuff. Doesn't leave a finish, but still lets Chris Dobie know that he's still hanging around. Chris Dobie manages to find the treble 20 there, but not anything else behind it. Barney went for the bullseye, bit of a ballsy move there, didn't pay off. Leaves 76. He'll get a go at this, at the very least. Chris Dobie looks like he's going to leave 144 there, which means Van Barneveld may well have 2 goes at this. Wants double 18 and finds it. Van Barneveld also breaks to make it 3-2 with darts to level up the game. 12 dart leg there from Barney. Easily the best leg we've seen so far this match. Easily. starts off with a 140 as well. Chris Dobie replies with a ton. Van Barneveld went for the 177, instead ends up with 139. Chris Dobie finds the 140. Van Barneveld needs a treble to set up a 3-dart finish. Can't find it, unfortunately. Strays into the 5, giving Chris Dobie another huge opportunity. Just about manages to take advantage of it, leaves 164. That is a finish, but it's a massive one. And Van Barneveld cleans up very nicely, leaving 45. Chris Dobie, though, if he can hit a 164 out, this would be quite something. Finds the treble 19. Can't find the other. Finds the treble 20, though. A very good prospective clean-up job, but it might not be enough. Barney, again, needs double 16 and finds it. He has levelled up the match, 3 legs apiece. Chris Dobie starts off with a disappointing 46 visit. Van Barneveld doesn't do much better though with a 60. I think the reason why some of these players are losing so often on their own throws tonight is because I don't know if it's a psychological thing where because they feel because it's their throw they can afford to make more mistakes. I mean, it may be subconscious, but it seems to be how a lot of these legs are playing out. A lot of the shots against the throw have been sloppy mistakes, but Chris Dobie fires in another 180, leaving 138. Barney can only find the 140. So Chris Dobie, to hold the throw, finds double 19, needs another, finds that again, needs double 12, finds that as well for the first ton plus out of the game. A huge 138. Very, very well done from Chris Dobie there. Easily his best leg of the match, without a shadow of a doubt. The crowd seem to be in good spirits here, which is good. I've heard Stephen Bunting and many others say that the crowd really makes a difference. I can't hear them because I don't have the audio turned on, but I presume there are some very entertaining chants going on at the moment. The average is Chris Dobie on 97, Barney on 96.9 though, 95.9 now. So fairly well matched. I wouldn't have thought that Chris Dobie was outscoring Van Barneveld, but the numbers are there clear as day. Van Barneveld though with a very good 140. Leaves a bogey number though, unfortunately. And again, the shitty side angle. Yeah, which you can't fucking see nothing. It's not as bad as the wide angle that we got earlier on. But still, Van Barneveld can't even find a treble. Leaves 96 though. Chris Dobie with a huge opportunity, 105, finds the treble 19. Finds 16. Wants double 16. Cannot find it. So Van Barneveld, with a big opportunity, finds the treble 20. Wants double 18. And fires it in. Fantastic stuff. Levels the match up again. But Chris Dobey responds. Could have been a 180, ends up being a 135. Barney finds the treble 18. Chris Dobey with a 140. A very high scoring leg so far for him. It's looking good. Van Barneveld, though, only finds a ton. Chris Dobey could set himself up incredibly well here. Finds the first treble 20. Can't find the second. Or the third. Leaves 1, 2, 6. Could it be a second ton plus out of the match? Well, he'll get at least 2 goes at it. Can't find it, so it won't go this time. The best he can do is set it up. And does so fairly well, leaving tops. 3 darts at tops, you'd think, how could he miss? This leg seems like a shoe-in for Dobey. Misses 1 though. Misses 2, needs double 10. Misses 3 darts at double now. Gives a huge opportunity to Van Barneveld to break the throw and have the darts to win the match. Completely turn the match on its head. Goes for the bullseye, doesn't work out. Gets the double 17. Not what he wanted, I'm sure. I don't even think he can finish. Oh, no, he can. No, he can't. That's unfortunate. I think that was just a stray throw there from Van Barneveld. Gives Dobey a huge opportunity. Van Barneveld could have turned the match on its head. A stray dart meant that he couldn't. Can Chris Dobey set himself up to win the match with double 10? Not quite. Needs double 5 now. Can't find it again. Can't find it. Splits the double 5. This is a massive, 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 massive opportunity for Van Barneveld. Can't find the double 8. Needs double 4. Oh, this is just a circus now. He's bust on double 13. Chris Dobey has been handed more chances than I get handed free perfume samples at a fucking shopping centre here. This is not good. 1 for double 2. Gets it finally. And Chris Dobey goes 5-4 up, on track to win the match. And after that horrible finishing attempt, Van Barneveld just casually throws in a 177. You wouldn't think so, would you? Chris Dobey fires back with a 140. Was on track quite nicely to be a 180 though. I have to say, the quality of play tonight as opposed to Bahrain is absolutely night and day. The local players are putting on a really good display here. Van Barneveld with yet another stray dart, but leaves a finish on 150. It's a big one. Chris Dobey needs another. Can't find it, but does leave 161. Barney is on for a 150 finish. Can't quite find the other treble he wanted. Can Chris Dobey make the most of this opportunity to win the match? Can't quite get the combination started. So Van Barneveld will have a chance to again level this game up. 12 for tops. Finds it much less of a rigmarole than his last finish, which went all over the shop. But Chris Dobey still has the darts to win the game. Yeah, the local players are really putting up a fight here so far in Den Bosch. I'm going to look at the score lines very briefly after this, but with the quality of play that we've seen, the results could have easily been flipped on their head at least twice already tonight. It's looking like, anyway. It could have very easily been 3-2 to the local players here. May well be, in fact. Chris Dobey, though, needs a good setup. Finds a first treble. Needs another, ideally. Goes for the bullseye. Can't quite get his hands around it. Leaves 1-1-4. Van Barneveld needs a big treble here. Finds it. He has a finish. He is on a finish. If Chris Dobey hits 114, he has won the match. Can't find the treble 19. Still on for a finish though. Finds a second. Wants double 19. Cannot find it. And leaves himself with an awkward one where if he misses it, he will split. And Van Barneveld may well have another chance. Van Barneveld is on for the 1-4-4. Finds the first treble. Finds the second. Double 12. And Van Barneveld has won it in a shock turnaround. Van Barneveld against the darts beats Chris Dobey 6 legs to 5. What a fantastic out that was. A 1-4-4 from the 5-time world champion. Incredible stuff. That was absolutely not the Van Barneveld we saw in the World Championships against Nick Kenny. This was the Van Barneveld that we all know and love. Chris Dobey put up a real fight there, but just made too many careless mistakes. And in the end, Van Barneveld was there right at the correct moment to take advantage of that as he produces a shock win from behind against Chris Dobey, 6 legs to 5. And next up, we have Gerwyn Price. The Welshman, the runner-up in the Bahrain Darts Masters, taking on Danny Noppert, who I hear is a darts player in incredibly good repute. So we will see how that goes. I'm just going to go get my bread. And then I think after this match, I will try very quickly to get my food cooked. And then hopefully I won't miss anything. I'll be back in a second. Do not go anywhere. Up next, Gerwyn Price versus Danny Noppert. I return with bread. Just in time. For those of you that are just joining us, welcome, welcome. We have just seen Van Barneveld pull off a shock last-minute victory, 6-5 against Chris Dobie. They were level pegging all the way through, these two. As you can see, the averages though, 94.5 for Chris Dobie, nearing 96.5 for Van Barneveld. But it was Van Barneveld's 6 out of 12, 50% checkout average that really made the difference here, because they were level pegging all the way through. But Chris Dobie just made one too many careless mistakes, and so Barney, at the very last second, with a huge 1-4-4 out, was able to clench a victory from the jaws of defeat and beat Chris Dobie 6-5, making it, incidentally, that the scoreline in terms of PDC players versus local players, it is currently 2-2, but could very easily have been 3-1, as Gene Van Veen put up a serious fight against Stephen Bunting, but the Bullet emerged victorious. Up next, the Iceman, Gerwyn Price, runner-up in the Bahrain Masters, goes up against Danny Noppert, a Dutch player I understand in very, very high repute. I've been out of the loop in darts for the last few years, got back into it with the World Championships late last year, and really enjoying it. PDC TV subscription, well worth it. Van Barneveld just giving a quick interview here. He says what a game and that he's over the moon, and you can tell that victory against Chris Dobie, the reaction from Van Barneveld, the look on his face, I'm fairly sure he was moved to tears by that, which I do not blame him for one bit. It was an incredible game. And as I said earlier, the standards of play tonight have been impeccable so far. No complaints from me at all. 0. Up next, like I say, Gerwyn Price, the number 2 seed, takes on Danny Noppert. No appearance from Peter Wright this time. He's been replaced by Dutch legend Michael van Gerwen, playing against his own countryman. Could be a controversial one, that one. Dirk van Duivenboord, I don't know a lot about, but hopefully it'll be a good game. Both players just making stage walks now. Like I say, I may miss the ring walks for the next one, but I'll try not to miss any content of the actual game as best I can. Apologies. Just waiting for the match to get underway here.
the Iceman going price. Ice Ice Baby, again, not very gangster. Themic, but just not very intimidating. As opposed to him, the only darts player who is quite literally built like a brick shithouse that I know of. Ex-rugby player. Both look in the zone. Both look prepared. Both look ready. First to 6 here tonight. I'm having great fun so far, by the way. This is not something I've ever done before. But going price, 2 times World Series event winner, 2021 World Champion, ranked 9 in the world. That is quite something. I would have loved it if we saw some woman talent, incidentally, on the PDC side. Fallon Sherrock and Bo Greaves both having incredible skills. Danny Noppert, 2019 World Series of Darts final runner-up, 2022 UK Open champion. So he certainly has credentials. But yeah, Bo Greaves and Fallon Sherrock, they'd be very interesting to watch in an event like this. The Fallon Sherrock Ryan Meikle game in the World Championship, I think, was one of my favourite matches of the whole of the World Championship. What a nail biter that was. Unfortunately, Fallon Sherrock lost out to Ryan Meikle, but all to his credit, Ryan Meikle played very well as the match gets underway here. Danny Noppert with an instant bounce out, not what he wanted at all. Scoring only 80 when it was likely a ton. Going price drifts into the double one. Scoring 83. Oh no, scoring 140. Wait. Either my eyes are playing fucking tricks on me, or I'm just like, I can't read, or I can't see. I don't fucking know what's going on. But Danny Noppert equaling after 6 what Gerwin did after 6. Oh no, there is a slight delay. That's why I'm not illiterate. It's just a delay. Well, I'm not blind, rather. Neither are scoring particularly highly. Going price finds a treble though. Only the one. Going price. Couldn't go for the 161. Sets up decently well, leaving 74. Danny Noppert now has a mountain to climb. Going price will get a go at 74. But Danny Noppert does set up quite well, leaving 110. Going price now. Needs tops and gets it. No trademark raw. But an 18 dart leg is certainly not how he wanted to start off. Danny Noppert not able to find a treble in this instance. Going price is. Finds 2 in fact. Danny Noppert now needs a big visit to put pressure on Gerwin Price. Hasn't quite found one yet. But Gerwin Price, 2 treble 19s, leaves 129. Just about realistically doable, I would say. Danny Noppert sets up well though, leaves 110. Gerwin Price can't get it started. Could have gone treble 20 for bullseye, couldn't find it. Danny Noppert now has an opportunity. 110. Finds the 60. Goes for the 10 rather than bullseye. Needs tops. Can't find it, just on the wire for Danny Noppert. But Gerwin Price, give him a chance. He will take it. Needs tops. Doesn't find it either. You can see the frustration on his face. Danny Noppert now finally gets tops. I say finally, it was his second dart, but he gets it. Levels the game up. A kid in a banana suit is very happy to have been spotted by the cameras. Good on you, son. Good on you. Danny Noppert finds the 1 treble 19. Gerwin Price finds 2. Could he find 3? Not quite. Went for the 177. Couldn't quite do it. Could Danny Noppert though? Not quite either. Those were 2 quite awkward darts there. Surprised he didn't just go for the 177. Unfortunately, straying into the double 5 for Gerwin Price. Danny Noppert now though, with a huge 171, leaving 94. Gerwin Price has a setup, leaves 112, but Danny Noppert against the darts has a real chance. Needs tops, finds treble 18, needs tops, can't find it, needs double 10. Can't find that. He could have gone 2-1 up with darts to go 3-1 up. Gerwin Price finds the 18, finds the treble 18. Needs tops again and finds it. And we get that trademark Gerwin Price roar. Deserved, I think. He was in real trouble there. But Danny Noppert's mistake made it so he could pull it back. As Gerwin Price leads 2 legs to 1. Starts off with a 1-2-1. Danny Noppert on track for a max and fires it in. Brilliant stuff from Danny Noppert. The first 180 of the game there. Just trying to keep my computer alive so it doesn't die. That would be quite unfortunate. Danny Noppert ideally wants 2 big trebles here. Can he at least find 1? No. Leaves 180. So Gerwin Price now with a real chance. Can't find it. Leaves 184. Danny Noppert now in a very ideal position. Strays into the 1. Finds the treble 19 though. Can't find the other. But he is on a finish. 103. Gerwin Price though, setting up a fair bit better with a 128. Ideally wanted 32 for double 16. Oh, Danny Noppert now tops. Can't find it again. Tops again. Eludes Danny Noppert. Going price. 24. He needs double 16. Can't find it. So Danny Noppert again handed a lifeline. From the Iceman. Misses once. Misses twice. And finally gets it with his third dart to level up the match at 2-2. A match that could very easily be 3-1 now. And Going Price fires back with a max, making it the 25th max of the evening and the second one of the match. And he's on for a 9. Not quite, an unfortunate bounce out there for the Iceman. Could have very easily been another max. He could have been well on track for a 9-darter there. Can Danny Noppert take advantage of this very slight window? No, again an unfortunate stray into the 1. Can't find another big trouble behind it either. So Going Price now has a decisive lead. Goes for the bullseye. Can't quite find it. I personally would have gone for treble 17. Mathematically. But who am I to say? He will get a go at 56 though. At least 2 darts at tops. Can't find it with the first one. Needs the second one. Can't find that. He will be back. Danny Noppert will be on a finish. But I think he knows it's too little too late. Only gets a 60. Leaves 140. Going Price needs tops. Misses a 4th dart. Misses a 5th. Finally gets tops with his last dart there. Precarious. But he's leading 3-2. Could very well be down in the other direction, as I keep emphasising. But Danny Noppert again, like Chris Dobie in the match previous, there's just been a few careless mistakes that his adversary has been able to grab hold of. Some very good darts, scoring wise, from Going Price in that last leg. But his finishing, it's fair to say, left a lot to be desired. As I'm sure a lot of men have heard during the course of their lives, though not in this context. And that's my one adult joke for the evening over with. Right. Going Price now. Decent visit there. Danny Noppert, even though he has the darts, is at a disadvantage. Finds 1 treble 20. Finds 2. Gets a 140 though. Going Price though could quick up the pace. Finds a 140 of his own. Leaves 124. Ideally would have wanted another treble, a 180 to leave 84. But he has a finish against the throw. Danny Noppert with a 180 of his own. Leaves 80. 124 for the Iceman. Finds the treble 20. Finds the second treble that I couldn't see what it was. Needs double 11 and gets it. Brilliant stuff from Going Price. The first ton plus out of the match. Gerwin's 99 average plays Danny's 94. In fact, excuse me. It's the second ton plus finish of the match. Gerwin Price having 2 with a 112 and a 124. As I say, after this game, I will be very quickly nipping off to cook some food, but I will hopefully be back in a timely fashion, because I wouldn't want to miss any action like this. Going Price with another 180. Danny Noppert, unfortunately, again straying into the 1. Going Price's average going into the 3 digits now. Just about. And it'll go straight back down again, thanks to 2 unfortunate double 5s and double 1s, leaving him treble 5s and treble 1s, excuse me. Danny Noppert gets a 140, very much needed. He'll get a go at it, but Going Price applies the pressure with another 180, leaving 44. Danny Noppert is going to have to pull something special out of the bag here. And a bounce out will not do it. Another unfortunate bounce out for Danny Noppert there, which gives Going Price a real opportunity to get a decisive lead in this game. And he does. The trademark roar once again as he leaves 5 legs to 2. It seems like he's just got too many tricks up his sleeve for Danny Noppert. Played decently enough, but just not on the level of Going Price, at least most of the time, when he's not hitting 55s. Danny Noppert now can't quite find the setup for the 180. Just scores 100. Going Price finds 140. Danny Noppert now. He wants this leg. He'll need this leg just to consolidate some of his confidence that he's still in this game. Going Price, though, is not messing around with a potential 171, and he gets it. Beautiful stuff. Leaves a 135 finish. Again, it's high, but he's already pulled off 2 ton-plus outs in this match already. This very well could be Danny Noppert's last visit of the evening. An unfortunate stray into the 1 certainly will not help, as Going Price will now get at least 2 more visits to the board, including this one. Can't quite get it finished the first time, but will be back. Leaves tops. I think it's curtains for Danny Noppert now. He's on 87, but 1 dart is all Going Price needs, and it is all he needs as he wins in a decisive 6-2 victory against Danny Noppert. Do not go anywhere. I'm going to go make some food. The next game is coming up very shortly. I'll see you then.
Thank you. Cheers.
Oh, yeah, don't forget about your legs.
Oh yeah. Oh shit. I've missed it already.
Oh no.
Shit. Sorry about that, everyone. It seems I really tried to get there as quick as I could, but it seems I've inadvertently missed the first leg. Luke Humphries versus Jermaine Watermainer. Hello, for those of you that are joining us. Luke Humphries is currently 1-0 up against the Netherlands player Jermaine Watermainer, who had a very good showing in the World Championships, but not so much against Luke Humphries tonight as he gets a double 10 to make it 2-0 up. Luke Humphries. Really sorry, I tried to be as quick as I can there, but there was just no feasible way I could do that. Luke Humphries, of course, in a nail-biting 6-5 victory over Nathan Aspinall in Bahrain last week. Very, very good player. And now that Nathan Aspinall's out of the picture, the route to the final for Luke Humphries is looking very, very probable indeed. But again, Jermaine Watermainer, not a bad player by any stretch of the imagination, but when you're firing in 180s like that as Luke Humphries is doing right now, there's no way you can compete really. And Luke Humphries misses double 10 to make it 3-0. Jermaine Watermainer can't quite take advantage of the opportunity that he's been given. So Luke Humphries wants one for double 2. Can't find double 2 with his first one. Can he with his second? No. He wants the madhouse. But Jermaine Watermainer wants double 16 and finds it. Makes it 2-1 on his own darts. Got thrown a life raft there, but it worked. That's warm. A look of relief on the face of Jermaine Watermainer there. And that is probably the emotion that I would characterise that with. A big chance for Luke Humphries, unfortunately squandered by himself. But seems to be getting right back on it. Oh! Could have been a 180, but an unfortunate bounce out for Coolham there. Meaning Jermaine Watermainer has a window. Gets a 180 to leave 153. He is on a finish. Luke Humphries needs a treble. Can't find one. Jermaine Watermainer will have 2 goes to level up the game. Needs double 18. Finds it. A huge 153 out for Jermaine Watermainer. Sorry, 153. Huge for Jermaine Watermainer. Brilliantly done. Apologies for eating sounds, by the way, but I'm very hungry. Luke Humphries with a 58 visit there. Won't be happy with that. Especially because Jermaine Watermainer has the darts now to lead. And is making the most of that opportunity with a huge 180, leaving a 111 out, potentially. Which he will get a go at. He'll get 2 goes at, in fact. Can't find the first treble. Can find a second. Needs double 16 and gets it again. Jermaine Watermainer, from 1-0 down, is now leading 3-2 with 2 huge ton plus finishes.
And all of a sudden, the dynamic of this match is very, very, very different. Sorry, not an attractive look, that. Jermaine Watermainer, his average teetering just over 100. Luke Humphries teetering just below that. I did have a feeling that this would be quite an interesting match. Jermaine Watermainer leaves the big fish. He's already done a 1-1-1 and a 1-5-3. Can he reel in the big fish? He's on for it. Not quite. Missed the double 18, unfortunately. Treble 18, sorry. Unfortunately drifts in to treble 4. But Luke Humphries can't find the 1-3-8 out either. So, for a 4-2 lead, needs double 16. Gets it again. Jermaine Watermainer now has a chance with the darts to go 5-2 up against the world number 1 here in Den Bosch. It's no wonder I missed a leg. This match has absolutely flown by in a huge 180 for Jermaine Watermainer. Cheeky little bullseye there for Jermaine. Luke Humphries really lost his stride now. Finds the treble 17. Can't find tops. Can't find it. He will be back though, maybe more than once. He will be back more than once, but doesn't need it as he gets double 10 to go 5-2 up in the match. 3 consecutive legs on the spin, I believe, for Jermaine Watermainer. Brilliant, brilliant display. Sorry, I'm trying to be as quiet with my eating as I can here. Luke Humphries has a decent visit there, but he's currently nearly 12 points behind Jermaine Watermainer, who's averaging nearly 102. Luke Humphries, though, on a finish. A 2-dart finish. Jermaine Watermainer leaving Madhouse, though. Shanghai, sorry. Can't find the double 18 first time, Luke Humphries. Finds it the second time, though. This could be match leg for Jermaine Watermainer. Not if he's playing like that, it won't. Only scoring a 58. Luke Humphries now pouncing on it like a puma. Only gets the 140 off, though. Luke Humphries will need to pull something pretty special out now as Jermaine Watermainer hits another ton. But is overtakeable in this leg. Jermaine Watermainer, though, with a great setup to leave 113. Will he get it, though? Luke Humphries leaves 80. He could break through here. Jermaine Watermainer couldn't quite get the finish. So Luke Humphries wants tops. Can't quite find it. It was just on the wire. I was looking there. I could barely see it. Wants double 16. Gets 8. Needs double 12. Bounce out on the black. But gets double 12. And the celebration on his face is incredible as Jermaine Watermainer wins 6-3 against cool hand Luke Humphries to make it 3-2. Excuse me. 3-2 to the local players. Or is it 3-3 now? It may well be. I can't quite remember. But yes, after the break. Oh no, 6-3, sorry, not 6-2. Can't count or see today, it seems like. Next up, the Green Machine, mighty Michael van Gerwen, 3-time world champion. The World Series most successful player, according to this promo reel. Well, it seems like we're in for something quite special with that match. As he plays Dirk van Duivenboord coming up after this break, which allows me time to eat spaghetti. The thing is, this might not be good content, at least it's exclusive. There's no footage of Wayne Mardley in a carbonara that exists in the world, but now there is of me. Carbonara and vegetables. The perfect Friday night champion meal to watch the darts. I'm sorry you all have to watch this. I mean, you don't. There's no one here, but I'm gonna keep this going here because I need to eat food. So. Fun little game if you like. Why don't you tell me what you're all eating in the chat? While I continue to look like a fucking hippo on the playback here, it seems like. If you're just joining us, we've just seen Jermaine Watermainer pull off a decisive 6-3 victory against the world number 1, Luke Humphries. Unexpected, but feasible. And it's those moments that have defined tonight. We also saw a brilliant display from Kevin Dukes. And also a fantastic from behind 6-5 victory for Raymond van Barneveld against Chris Dobie. And before that, a game tighter than a pair of leather pants with Stephen Bunting and Jean Van Veen. 6-5 also, but the Bullet just about managed to clinch that one. I apologise for missing the first leg of that previous match, but I literally could not cook my food any faster. As much as I did try. Always seems to be Luke Humphries games I miss for some reason. Oh well. Yeah, it's fair to say Luke Humphries was just outclassed. 91.5 average to Jermaine Wassamaina's 99. 6 out of 14 compared to 3 out of 9 on the doubles and a 12 dart best leg. Jermaine Wassamaina just outclassed Cool Hand on this occasion in every conceivable metric. And fair play to him. Next up, the penultimate match of the evening, the Battle of the Dutchmen. PDC representative, 3-time world champion and 2025 World Championship runner-up Michael van Gerwen takes on Dirk van Duivenbode in this upcoming game. A 2024 Dutch Masters winner Michael van Gerwen looking to defend his title this time. Can he do it? It's a ruthless field, but with the calibre of player that he is, very, very much doable. Thankfully, they've diverted to an interview segment. Again, I have no idea what Dirk van Duivenbode is capable of, but I will keep my mind firmly open. We were talking about good walk-on songs earlier, right? Stephen Bunting's is the best in my eyes, but Shine On You Crazy Diamond into Seven Nation Army is pretty fucking brilliant. Dirk van Duivenbode, on the other hand, has gone for standard Dutch hard style. I mean, gets the crowd hyped. Although it doesn't look like they need much hyping up from the view I'm getting here. Excuse me. Duivenbode clearly really savouring the moment up there. And why wouldn't you? Especially if you're going up against a legend and again fellow countryman with the calibre of Michael van Gerwen. Right, time to make use of my bread now. Oh yes, truly my gluttony knows no bounds. This has to be like the most scuffed live stream any of you have ever seen, and I apologise for that. Or do I? As we can see, Michael van Gerwen, 3 times world champion, 21 times World Series event winner. Going up against Dirk van Duijvenbode, 2020 World Grand Prix finalist and 2-time World Series event finalist. So still a very high calibre, but nowhere near the 21 World Series victories of Michael van Gerwen, the most successful player in the World Series of darts. Period. The end. Starts off with a 140. Dirk van Duijvenbode with an unfortunate initial drift to the 111 bed. Comes back with a 140 of his own though. Michael van Gerwen, 140 to leave a finish. 128. Could he do it for a 12 dart leg? Not quite, unfortunately. As he leaves 68. Dirk van Duijvenbode, unfortunately, cannot capitalise. So even if Van Gerwen misses this double 16, which he doesn't, he would have been back anyway. But he goes 1-0 up. Dirk with a 180. Incredible. Sorry. Chewing. But I believe the first match of the max. The first max of the match, rather. Going to the local Dirk van Duijvenbode. Michael van Gerwen, though, nearly follows up with one of his own, an unfortunate deflection, making it 1-3-5. Dirk van Ribbenbode. Was on a 140 finish. Couldn't find it, leaves 56. Michael van Gerwen, a 140 to leave 68. Dirk van Ribbenbode, in an attempt to level the match, wants double 18. Finds it. Very nice. Dirk van Ribbenbode remaining very calm and composed. Although throwing his darts with some sense of vengeance, it seems like. Right. That is food eaten. So, my full focus will now be on the game. As soon as I get my drink. Dirk van Ribbenbode not doing badly at all against Michael van Gerwen. But Michael van Gerwen on a 106. Can't quite find it, but sets up very well. Leaves double 10. Dirk, though, also sets up fairly well with a 148, but does not get a chance as Michael van Gerwen with one dart takes out the double 10, leading 2-1 at this stage. Michael van Gerwen on decent form, it would seem, tonight. Not the most explosive version of MVG, but still of a very high quality level. The kind of quality level we saw from him all throughout the World Championships late last year and indeed early this year. And he shows that class going for the 180. Unfortunate deflection again. Leaves it at 125. Michael van Gerwen gets a 140. Leaving a 154 is doable, but Dirk van Ribbenbode doesn't help himself too much, but he will get a go at it. Michael van Gerwen leaves 60, so Dirk van Ribbenbode needs the 144 to level up the game. Can't find the treble, unfortunately. Can find one though, but I have a feeling he will not get a chance as MVG goes 20 for tops and gets it. The trademark Van Gerwen celebration there. The averages speak for themselves. Van Gerwen at 102, 15 points above Van Ribbenbode at 87. Both 100% on doubles though at the moment, albeit Van Duvenbode has only got one. But what is good about that is that it shows that neither player, when it comes down to it, is giving the other any room to budge. Unfortunate deflection once again into the 555 for Van Duvenbode. But a nice 140 there leaves the big fish against the throw for Van Duvenbode. An unfortunate stray into the 1 and can't find a big treble. Scores 40. MVG on 125. Finds the 25. Can't find the treble 20. So Van Duvenbode will get a shot at 130. Needs this quite badly, I would think. Can't find the first treble to get it going, nor the second. Finds a 25 in an effort to go for the bullseye. Michael Van Gogh misses at double 10, misses at double 5, but he does not miss for a third time, getting the double 5, and the grit on his face shows you that he was absolutely relieved to get that double in there. Not that he needed to be particularly desperate about it, granted, as he's a fair way ahead of Dirk Van Duvenbode now. Granted, Dirk Van Duvenbode's one winning leg has equalled MVG's best leg in terms of darts thrown, but MVG's scoring has just been a lot better. I don't quite know why, but a few players tonight have gone for the odd, seemingly stray bullseye. And only once, I think, has it ever worked out for them. I presume some kind of rescue attempt. MVG can't get this 164. So Van Duvenbode again has a chance at 147. Can't find that either. Van Gogh now with 100. Needs a treble. Can't find it. With a very unfortunate missed double top there. Van Duvenbode though can't take advantage. An unfortunate stray into the treble 3, but a lucky bullseye hit finally, or unlucky, as I suppose he was trying to leave tops. But Van Gogh misses at double 10, doesn't miss at double 5 again though, as he goes 5-1 up with the darts to win the match. It's no wonder I missed that match earlier, or at least the start of it. They go by in the blink of an eye when these guys are playing as good as they are here. Van Duvenbode though not giving up despite unfortunate deflections. MVG though Looks focused. Frustrated though. Unable to find a big treble in that visit. And you could see the visible frustration on his face. And the stats on the screen speak for themselves. 11 130 plus visits for Michael van Gerwen versus 4 for Dirk van Riedenbode. But Van Riedenbode is not going away despite another unfortunate deflection. His head was damn near in his hands, and you can see why. The frustration, I'm sure, is just immeasurable for Dirk at the moment. And Michael van Gerwen is down to a single dart finish, double 14 to win the match. A decisive 6-1 scoreline. Misses the first, misses the second, but does not miss the third as he comes in with a decisive 6-1 victory over fellow countryman Dirk van Riedenbode. Incredible stuff from the Green Machine. Which leads us on very, very nicely into the final match of the evening, of the wonder kid Luke Littler takes on German-born Dimitri van den Berg. Riedenbode didn't play badly there, but the scoring power and the checkout power of MVG compared to himself was just way, way, way too much for him to handle. And so ended up just being smothered by it. Great stuff. If you're wondering what I'm eating, it's my dad, bless his heart, gave me a bag of all the Christmas chocolates he doesn't want, which is all the Bounties and the Snickers. I used to make fun of Bounties for being chocolates that only gremlins eat, but then I had one actually, because everyone always makes fun of Bounties oh, they're shit, and so I just kind of jumped on the bandwagon. But then I ate one, and they were actually good, and I was kind of sad because it meant I couldn't make fun of them anymore. Yeah. That is the ultimate first world problem. What a brilliant night of darts this has been. We've had shocks, upsets, tense matches, all of it. Everything you want from a night of darts at this first night of the Dutch Darts Masters. Oh, fuck. I didn't anticipate that one having caramel in it. I'm not very hot on Rose's colour schemes. Oh God. So, final match of the night. Luke Littler versus Dimitri van den Berg. Luke Littler obviously fresh off of winning the world title only 3 weeks ago. and yet also coming off of a crushing quarter-final exit versus Van Gerwen in Bahrain last week. But obviously, when he is on form, he is unbeatable. The 1-4-1 average against Ryan Meikle is the stuff of legends. I was there for that, and it really, really was. The rest of the match, weirdly, surprisingly naff, but that one set was an absolute stroke of genius. But Dimitri Van den Berg is also a very, very good player who should not be counted out under any circumstances. So this should be very, very interesting indeed. Crack open a cold brewski for the boys here. And as we see, Dirk van den Bode had better checkout average, but he only got 1, as opposed to Michael van Gerwen's 12, which he scored 6, and I believe a possibly 7-point discrepancy in the average, if I read that right. Which, yeah, Van den Bode again didn't play bad, but was just outclassed on every level. But now, though, Clash of the Titans. Luke Littler, world champion, versus Dimitri Van den Berg. This will be very, very interesting. Excuse me. Again, this is probably the most scuffed live stream I've ever seen. I'm not an alcoholic, I promise. I'll just drink things fast. Dimitri Van den Berg making his way to the stage now. A classic big room mid-2010s, now 82 sounding ass party jam there for Dimitri Van den Berg. Not the worst walk-on song I've ever heard, but also far, far from the best. He is loving it up there though, look at him. Those dance moves, my god man. He's breaking out the windmill on him. Save some swag for the rest of us, Dimitri. Jesus Christ. Bro rolled a 20 on the charisma stat. Jeez. Luke Littler though now, making his entrance. Also, one of the best Darts walk-on songs. Green Light, Pitbull, Flow Rider, Lunch Money Lewis. Oh, 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 yo, 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 oh, oh. It is very, very good. So in the battle of the walk-on songs, it's a decisive win for Littler, but will the match be the same? I guess we'll have to find out. Ooh, ooh, ooh. 'Cause I'm ready to go. Ooh, ooh. I mean, he's got me hyped up. Honestly, that world championship display from Luke Littler, incredible stuff. 7-3 victory over Van Gerwen in set play as well. The fact that he could be that good, that consistently, mind-blowing. Absolutely mind-blowing. As we'll see here, Luke Littler, 2024 World Series of Darts Finals Champion, 2025 World Dart Champion, crowned 3 weeks ago, second in the world, behind cool hand Luke Humphries, who suffered a shock defeat 6-3 to Jermaine Wattermainer, who, credit to him, was on top form tonight. And he goes up against Dimitri Vandenberg, who, are they going to show any stats for? Yes. 2024 UK Open champion, 2 times World Series event winner, ranked 18th in the world. Oh, he's from Belgium, not Germany, excuse me. God, I'm going to get some shit for that. Sorry, I can't. I'm not good with flags. Anyway, off they go. Dimitri Vandenberg throwing first, with a measly 25 visit in the opening. Although Luke Littler, with an unfortunate diversion to the 7, only scores 60 himself. Clearly not happy with that. Dimitri Vandenberg with a 1-2-5. Again, another unfortunate deflection into the 5. One of many we've seen tonight. But Luke Littler fires back with a brilliant 180. How he gets them that close, I've got no idea. But it's brilliant every time. Dimitri Vandenberg unable to find a big treble in that visit, scoring only 43, leaving the door wide open for Luke Littler, and he capitalises, leaving himself on a checkout 130. Very doable, you would think, for a prodigal world champion such as himself. Again, Dimitri can't find a treble. Luke is on for a 130 checkout. Can't quite make it happen though, but he will be back. Once, if not more than once. Depending on this throw from Dimitri Vandenberg. No dice. Another lack of a big treble. Leaves the door wide open for the double tops for Littler. Can't find it. Can't find his favourite double 10 either, that he was absolutely clinical with against Michael Van Gerwen. Not missing, I'm pretty sure, a single one in his match against Michael Van Gerwen. Double 10 felt like a shoe-in for Luke Littler, and he finally gets tops there after an admittedly messy clean-up job there. And Luke Littler tries to start off this leg in decisive fashion. Only ends up scoring 99 though. As for Dimitri, finds a big treble. Only ends up scoring 80 though. Luke Littler now on for another trademark 180. Can he get it in? Not quite, it just goes below the bed. A quality 140 though. And Dimitri Vandenberg. Again, there are some players tonight who are just having real trouble finding trebles. Chris Dobie had trouble with it, and now we're seeing Dimitri Vandenberg have a similar ailment here on the big stage. Unable to find nearly any big trebles. Only scoring 57. Luke is on a 1-3-4 finish. He's on for it, finds the treble 20, finds the treble 18, and finds his favourite double 10. A brilliant 1-3-4 out from the nuke there. Dimitri Vandenberg wasn't even anywhere close to threatening Littler. And you get the feeling that that may not be the case at all tonight. Luke Littler, right from the off, seems like he'll just continually outclass Dimitri Vandenberg. As much as I may have wished for there to be a bit more two-way traffic, it is all one way. Luke is in his race car and he is absolutely powering down the figurative highway here. Dimitri Vandenberg ends up finding two big trebles, leaving himself on 136. That's more like it. Luke Littler, though, fires back with a 140. But Dimitri Vandenberg could be on for a 180 of his own. Oh no, wait, he needed the double eight, fucking hell. But he couldn't find it. But, like himself in previous legs, Luke Littler is trailing decisively behind. Leaves the big fish, but Dimitri Vandenberg only needs double eight. Can't find it with his first. Or his second. But he can find it with his third. Makes it 2-1. But it's Luke Littler to throw. Likely to make it 3-1 here in Den Bosch. And a 180 right off the bat for the world champion. Dimitri Vandenberg counters back. Could have been a 180, an unfortunate deflection makes it a 135. Luke Littler nearly went for the treble series, treble 19, treble 20, treble 19, treble 18. Couldn't quite get the last one down. Dimitri Vandenberg, though, not scoring horrendously badly. An unfortunate one there. Can't find a treble in that visit, Luke Littler. Only scoring 38. Leaving a 148. But for anyone, that's difficult. And Dimitri Vandenberg out of nowhere with a huge 180, leaving 89. This is a huge opportunity here. And Luke Littler can't find the treble to get the combination going. So, to level up the game against the throw, Dimitri Vandenberg now needs the treble, finds it, needs double 16 and finds it. It is now 2-2 with Dimitri Vandenberg having the darts to lead in the game after a fairly disastrous start, but an 11 dart winning leg. Dimitri Vandenberg is on for something until he hit a 1 and then an accidental treble 3, but he manages to clinch a treble 19 out of it. Ends up scoring 67. Not an ideal start, but it's better than like 45, I suppose. Another unfortunate deflection into the treble 1, but cleans it up nicely with 2 treble 20s. Luke Littler now comes back with a 140 of his own, putting him ahead on the scores here. But Dimitri Vandenberg comes with a massive 180, leaving 131. But Luke Littler has also put himself in a very, very good position as he scores a 140 to leave 121. I thought he could have made it an 81 there. No dice, unfortunately. Dimitri Vandenberg can't find a big treble. Leaves 74. Luke Littler needs treble 17. He needs the bullseye. Can't find it. Finds a 25, but gives Dimitri Vandenberg a real opening here. From a disastrous start, what can he do? Gets the 14. Gets the double top, needs double 10. Can't find it. Luke Littler goes 5 for double 10. And of course he finds it. Meaning that he now has a 3-2 lead. And the darts to throw in the next leg. Dimitri Vandenberg had a serious opening there, but unfortunately couldn't make the most of it. With Luke Littler only scoring 59 though, this is Dimitri Van den Berg's chance to put on some pressure, and he does with an immediate 180 right out of the gate. Brilliant, brilliant stuff. Luke Littler now doesn't find a treble in that visit, unfortunately. Scoring 58. Giving Dimitri Van den Berg yet another opening as he leaves 1-2-4 to level up the match, potentially, and again to have the darts to possibly lead. He will be back. Can't find it. Needs treble 18. Unfortunate deflection into double four, treble four. And an unfortunate deflection into 5 to follow. Leads 87. He will get a go at it, but it's fair to say, after a ton from Littler, that he will likely need to be perfect here. Or at least get the 87. Or I think we may be looking at a decisive defeat here. Needs the bullseye. Cannot find it. So now he just has to pray that Luke Littler won't hit the 92. Finds the treble 20. Needs double 16. Can't find it the first time or the second time. Giving a huge opportunity to Dimitri Van den Berg to correct his past mistakes. 9 for double 8. Can't find it the first time. Needs double 4. Finds that to level up the game and have the darts to develop a lead. This could be something very special. If Dimitri Van den Berg can take advantage of this, we are in for something very, very special here. Luke Littler starts off with a 136. Dimitri Van den Berg only a ton. Scoring has dramatically improved from the opening couple of legs though on Dimitri Van den Berg's end. Luke Littler with a 140 there. But if Dimitri Van den Berg was scoring the way that he was earlier on in this match, he could very easily be 5-2 down at the moment. Luckily, he's not. 2 very nice treble 19s there. Leaves him on a finish 146. It's a big one. Luke Littler with 2 unfortunate single ones there. Cleans it up though to a point. Scoring 62. Leaving a bogey number though. So whichever way you slice it, Dimitri Van den Berg will be back, although he hasn't done a lot at all with that opportunity. Leaving 87. Luke Littler with a perfect 1-2-3 setup to leave tops. Dimitri Van den Berg needs this now. Finds the treble, needs double 5 and gets it. Dimitri Van den Berg is now leading against the world champion Luke Littler. This is absolutely fantastic stuff. Again, trademark of the matches we've seen tonight. There's drama, there's back and forths. What more could you ask for? Dimitri Van den Berg here could have opened with a 180. An unfortunate deflection leaves a 1-2-3. Luke Littler though, very nicely. Cleaning up there. Another single one for Van den Berg. Can't find a treble in that visit either. So Luke Littler now wants to apply some pressure. Finds a treble, but ideally I think would have wanted to apply a little bit more. Dimitri Vandenberg hits a 180, massive, leaves 158, which, as I understand it, is doable. Yes, if I've done my maths right, it is doable, but Luke Littler has left 102. Can Dimitri Vandenberg do it? No, he can't. An unfortunate deflection into the 1 means that chance is over, but cleans up incredibly well with 2 treble 19s. But will he get the chance? Luke Littler needs tops and finds it. Very, very nicely done from Luke Littler there. Makes it 4 legs apiece. Dimitri Vandenberg is on track to win this game. But with a 180 like that from Luke Littler, that is just fantastic stuff. Dimitri Vandenberg, whether he likes it or not, will have to put his foot to the gas now. Luke Littler finds 1 treble in that visit, but Dimitri Vandenberg ideally wants 2. Can't find 1, unfortunately. So Luke Littler now is in a very fortunate position indeed. Doesn't capitalise on it though. Not to the degree that you would think. Leaves the big fish. But for any player, that is a tall order. And I'm talking Sultan Korsun tall. But he's on for it. He's on for it. Needs the bullseye. Not quite. He wasn't even in the inner ring there. But what a story that would have been. Dimitri Vandenberg now. 158. Doable. But a couple nasty deflections mean that will not be happening today. Luke Littler needs double 16. Can't find it. Needs double 8. And accidentally busts in the double 16. Giving Dimitri Vandenberg the biggest opening he could possibly hope for. To lead in the match. Dimitri Vandenberg needs double 16. Can't find it. I think it's all over now. Luke Littler needs double 16 and finds it. Goes 5 up with the darts now to win the match against Dimitri Vandenberg. It could be 5-4 the other way around. But with the talent of Luke Littler and with 180s like that, he really put a display on today. And Dimitri Vandenberg just unfortunately could not take advantage of the gaps in Luke Littler's game. Meaning that now he is fighting a seriously uphill battle. And when a 180 is playing a 60, it is, I'm talking seriously, uphill. Dimitri Vandenberg cannot find a single big treble in that visit. Luke Littler now looking decisive. Hits another 180 to leave 51, and it is just about over for Dimitri Vandenberg now. He put up a very, very good fight. It could be the other way round. But unfortunately, his inability to capitalise has meant that Luke Littler now with 1 dart at tops, which he doesn't get. But of course, he gets his favourite double 10, meaning that he has beaten Belgium's Dimitri Vandenberg 6 legs to 4. Again, he could have very easily, the way that match was going, lost that match. But he fought, he broke through, and then eventually won against Vandenberg 6 legs to 4. What a game that was. What a game. Brilliant stuff from both guys. But I think Dimitri's lacklustre early scoring really, really made a difference there. I think if he was scoring a bit better off the bat, he would have had even more of an edge. Although saying that, he did already have an edge over Luke Littler, possibly having the 5-4 advantage with it being 4-all on his own throw. But unfortunately, that missed double 16 meant that it was all over for Dimitri Van den Bergh as the world champion Luke Littler moves on to the second round tomorrow. The quarters, the semis, and the final. So I'll stick around just to see the draws here for tomorrow, and then I'll be heading off to do some cleaning, and I'll see you at the same time tomorrow as well. I'll be commentating the quarterfinals, the semi-finals, and the finals tomorrow. So, as we saw it, Luke Littler's average 101 opposed to Dimitri Van den Bergh's 89. 40% to 36% checkout success. Not too much, but it really was the tremendous scoring of Luke Littler that made all the difference there. Although Dimitri Van den Bergh's best leg was better than Luke Littler's best leg, although Luke Littler's highest finish was a fair bit higher than Dimitri Van den Bergh's. So, on paper, you would think that was a decisive victory, but as I keep saying, it could have absolutely gone the other way. But still, not to take away at all from Luke Littler's win there. Fantastic performance, brilliant all the way through, fought back as he should have done, and then it sent Dimitri Van den Bergh packing and Luke Littler into the quarterfinals. Just replaying that phenomenal 1-4-4 out from Van Barneveld earlier on. I believe it was a 1-4-4, if I'm remembering correctly. But yeah, that was just unbelievable. That, I think, is the match of the night for me. Chris Dobey versus Dimitri Van den Bergh. What a match that was. Chris Dobey looked like, despite his, Chris Dobey was not high scoring in that game. But despite his missteps, it looked like it was going to be too much for Van Barneveld until, right at the last second, from behind with a 1-4-4 out, Van Barneveld clutched a massive victory from the jaws of defeat there. Same with the match with Stephen Bunting and Gene Van Veen. It was 5-all. Gene Van Veen could have very, very, very easily beaten Stephen Bunting. But Stephen Bunting, with that double 16, managed to clench a spot in the quarterfinals. Very, very luckily though, because Gene Van Veen, and indeed all of the local players tonight, have proved that they were not to mess with whatsoever. The most decisive victory probably came in the form of Van Gerwen versus Dirk van Duijvenbode, but all of the local players, Richard Veenstra against Rob Cross, gave him a serious run for his money. Kevin Dukes beating Nathan Aspinall decisively 6-1. Gene Van Veen in that close 6-5 victory for Stephen Bunting. Raymond Van Barneveld with the 6-5 victory coming from behind. Danny Noppert was less decisive against Gerwin Price, probably, actually thinking about it. But he still was not a bad player at all. Jermaine Watamena himself had a surprise 6-3 victory over the world number one, Luke Humphries. And then, of course, Dirk van Duijvenbode, as I've said before, was no match for the pure scoring power and prowess of Michael van Gerwen. And then Dimitri Van den Bergh had a chance to win the game, couldn't quite take it, as Luke Littler sails through to the quarterfinals. What a night it has been. I'm just going to wait now to see the draws. But thank you everyone that's watched for joining me. These will be archived, so you'll be able to see me watching carbonara, eating carbonara all over again, and missing the first leg of the Watermainer and Humphreys game, which again I apologise for.
I will obviously have to make food again tomorrow, but hopefully I can find a better system tomorrow for that. But we'll just have to wait and see. So the quarter-final draws here. Stephen Bunting versus Raymond van Barneveld. Luke Littler and Michael van Gerwen clash again after Luke Littler's victory in the World Championship. Gerwin Price takes on Kevin Dukes. That'll be an absolute screamer. And Jermaine Watermainer versus Rob Cross. That will be pure fireworks, I'm sure. All of these games look like absolute incredible matchups, and I will give my predictions on the night tomorrow. So I'll see you all there at the same time, 6 p.m, to watch the quarterfinals, the semi-finals, and the finals of the PDC Dutch Darts Masters in the World Series of Darts. Thank you all very much for hanging around with me, having a good time, having a laugh, having a jape, and I will see you all tomorrow for an equally scuffed, but hopefully equally as entertaining live stream. So until next time, I'll see you all later, everybody. Thank you very much for